Everybody, welcome. We are excited that you're here. First of all, we're reconvening from closed session. The board met in closed session and provided directions to staff, and there is no action to be taken. So at this time, I'm going to read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. We need to conduct a pledge of allegiance, I think. Can't remember who did it last time. Was that Commissioner Burns or Commissioner did it the last time? I forgot which one. So, Commissioner Jacobs, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and would you stand with us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any board adjustments? Seeing none, I will ask our clerk if she will read the announcements.
Good evening. I will read the announcements that are published in our agenda for this evening. Some of the websites I will not recite. They can be found on our website and also in the agenda packet. Get your COVID-19 vaccine from DECO Public Health. The Durham County Department of Public Health's COVID-19 vaccination clinic, located at 414 East Main Street, have the following walk-in hours to get your free vaccination: Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and Tuesday, 9 a.m. to 5:45 p.m. All approved doses are available. Please note clinics are closed between 11:30 a.m. and 1 p.m. daily and on Saturday and Sunday. You can visit decopublichealth.org/COVID vaccines or call 919-560-9217 for more information. National Opioid Funding Survey deadline is January 31st. Durham County, we need your input. Staff and the Board of County Commissioners need your feedback on how to best invest national opioid settlement funding of nearly $11.6 million. The survey deadline is January 31st. There is a link for this survey, and community sessions will also be announced. The Durham Low-Income Homeowner Relief Program expires at the end of the month. Even if you've paid your taxes on your home, you may still be eligible and should apply. Check out the Durham County Department of Social Services website for more information and to apply. Durham Pre-K applications for the 2023-24 season opens on February 6th. All children in Durham County who will be 4 years old by August 31st are eligible. Please join virtually on February 4th for the Parent Info Session, which is offered in English and Spanish. That site is www.durhamprek.org. DECO Soil and Water Contest. The Durham County Soil and Water Conservation District invites all DECO students to participate in their creativity contest. The theme this year is Water, the Cycle of Life. There are cash prizes for winners and educators. Categories include poster, essay, slideshow, and public speaking. The deadline is February 22nd. It is open to public school, private school, homeschool, and school clubs, and there is a link for rules and how to apply. The Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Feasibility Study is now available. Residents are encouraged to view the Greater Triangle Commuter Rail Feasibility Study and give feedback. The project would connect from West Durham to Garner or Clayton. There's a website to visit and to view the study and also to provide your feedback via email. Welcome Baby's Incredible Years Parenting Series. Welcome Baby and the Durham County Cooperative Extension will hold its annual The Incredible Years virtual classes for Durham County families beginning in February in both English and Spanish. This 14-week positive parenting series is intended for families and their children ages 3 to 5 years and includes positive parenting discussions, videos, and activities to strengthen relationships and increase cooperation. To RSVP for English class, please contact Cindy Riley at 919-560-7319 and contact Evelyn or Karen for the Spanish class. Their number is 919-560-7338. And lastly, the State of Urgency Play Series, which is scheduled throughout the month of February. Durham County Sheriff Clarence Burkhead has announced a partnership with the DPS to use arts as a way to reach youth about gun violence in Durham. The State of Urgency Play Series begins February 15th through the 19th at the Hillside High School Gaddis Tab Theater, located at 3727 Fayetteville Road. For more information about the play, there is a link, and there's also a link to purchase your tickets in advance. That concludes the announcements that are published on our agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace, for reading those for us. We have one other item for our minutes. We have, Commissioners, we have the minutes for, looking for the date here, our regular, January 9th, regular session minutes. I have a motion for approval, or are there any edits?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the minutes.
Moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's been, motion passes 5-0. Our next item, Commissioners, are an audience is our ceremonial. Tonight, we are honored to have our North Carolina Central University 2022 football champions with us. And Eagle Pride. Eagle Pride. Amplify. All right. We're a little giddy about this, okay? So I'm going to read a proclamation here, and then we will ask your chancellor, he'll come forward along with you, will and give you the proclamation, and then we'll ask all of you to come forward, and our cameraman is back here, and we'll have a picture. Is that okay, Commissioners? Okay, all right. So the proclamation reads, honoring the Durham Board of Commissioners resolution, honoring North Carolina Central University's 2022 football champions. Whereas on December 17, 2022, the North Carolina Central University football team rallied to win the 2022 Cricket Celebration Bowl by defeating a previously unbeaten Jackson State University in overtime by a score of 41-34. And whereas that victory declared NCCU the winners of the 2022 Historic Black Colleges and Universities National Football Championship, earning the program its highest FCS Top 25 national ranking at number 17 in the American Football Coaches Association poll. And I need to hear some noise. whereas the Eagles also won their first MEAC championship in 6 years after roundly defeating Norfolk State by a score of 48-14. And whereas as North Carolina Central University's 24th head football coach, Terry Oliver, has demonstrated his ability to take his team to championships in various athletic conferences and bring home a strong record of success. And in only his third year as head coach, he has developed a solid record of excellence. And whereas with 20 years of college coaching experience, that includes 5 conference championships and 3 prior Black college football national titles, Terry Oliver returned to his alma mater as North Carolina Central University's head football coach. Ha 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 ha! And whereas several players received outstanding recognition during this season, including quarterback Davis Richard, who was named MEAC Player of the Year, and defensive back Callan Baker, who was named the 2020 MEAC Defensive Player of the Year, and the first NCCU Eagle to earn Associated Press FCS All-American First Team honors. Woohoo! Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of Durham County Board of Commissioners and staff, do hereby salute Coach Terry Oliver, his coaching staff, and members of the, what happened to my read? The 2022 North Carolina Central University's men's football team for becoming the 2022 HBCU National Football Champions. We call upon all citizens in Durham County to join in saluting these outstanding student athletes and NCCU's athletic staff for a fantastic job. This, the 23rd day of January, 2023. Signed, the Board of County Commissioners. Eagle Pride. So, commissioners, if you'll join me.
Big Terry.
Bottle win, I love it. I'm good.
I sure did. Listen, look, I didn't know we was gonna move that fast. I thought we were gonna
So I got so excited that I forgot to have the chancellor and the coach speak. So can we just take another couple of minutes and hear from both of them?
Good evening once again. On behalf of our Board of Trustees, our faculty, our staff, our students, our alumni, and in particular, our coaching staff, our head coach, and our football players. It is my pleasure to come before you and to say thanks to the chair, Ms. Brenda Howerton, to the board members, and to all of the staff. We are truly appreciative of this recognition from Durham County and from the citizens of Durham. We thank you for not only expressing your support of our institution in words, but also in action. I see you all in the maroon shirts. We thank you for your support, and we want you to know that as a viable member of this county, we appreciate what you do on a daily basis to support our citizens as well as this major institution within the county. Of course, you see these young men, they work very hard, and they prove themselves every day, not just on the football field, but also in the classroom. They are all three-pointers and excelling in their field of study. So this, we would take this recognition back to the campus. But again, we want to let you know that we appreciate you for this wonderful recognition of the achievement of our football team. Thank you so much.
Good
Good afternoon. We're only going to be here for 1 second, but if I could, my staff, y'all would please stand up right quick. My staff, Drea. I really appreciate these guys and young lady right here. They are the brains and everything behind this thing. You know, I just kind of try to piece it all together and put the pieces together. But I really appreciate my coaching staff and my support staff. They've done an excellent job. These guys right here, my young men, the players here, they're unbelievable, and they're really good football players, but better people. And it's an honor to be around those guys, to coach them up every day. They keep some jokes. Now, they always gonna have some little jokes, but and you know, I mean, they all out in the community. We're at Shepherd Middle School the other day. We'll be at W.G. Pearson next week. So we do a whole lot in the community. Our motto is truth and service, and we appreciate the Durham community. Since I got here in 1994 as a student, North Carolina Central and Durham always had a great relationship. We appreciate you guys for acknowledging our accomplishments, and thank you for all that Durham has done for us. And we're just honored to have displayed our greatness on national TV. But we thank you guys for acknowledging us and celebrating us. And the parade was awesome. So I think the guys want to do another one next year, right, guys? There we go. Thank you all.
Commissioners, is it anything else that you would like to say? Just have a minute to. Commissioner Burns.
I will be relatively quick because I know y'all, got class and stuff in the morning. I just want to say, Coach Oliver, you're a winning coach. I was not surprised by this season. Nothing surprised me about this season. I knew we were going to win. I didn't care how many documentaries somebody else had on Amazon. I knew that we were going to win. I think it's important that we elevate the fact that this brother came back to the campus that he started on. And I think that ministers even to me, and I hope it ministers to the student athletes in front of me, because it shows you what kind of an impact you can have when you go home. There's a certain amount of nurturing that you do when you go back to the place that gave to you. So whether it's back home, or it's back to this university, these are the types of things that can happen. So I'm going to take that with me into 2023, and I thank you for that. I also wanted to say a lot of y'all probably had reasons for why you won this game. They don't mean much to me because I told everybody it was my birthday, and that's why y'all won this game. They said, Commissioner Burns, what you doing for your birthday? Going to watch the Eagles win. I had no doubt about it. I was in the hotel talking trash for 3 days. I was not going to be able to make it back if y'all didn't win, so I was not worried about that. And I'm not saying it's just about my birthday. Walking around Atlanta, there were people who literally said, I'm down here to watch the Eagles play because my mama's sick. I'm down here to watch the Eagles play because I lost my job, and this is the last thing. I'm down here to watch the Eagles play because I don't know if I'm going to make it back next semester, but I know they're going to win. So I need y'all to understand that what you all did instilled hope in a lot of people. That was up and down every Peachtree, at every hotel, at every establishment, at every haberdashery. So just know that you gave folks hope. And last but not least, you all, I know we're excited about the parade, and we're excited about the fact I know you all got something at the basketball game and you have this opportunity. Please understand, all this celebration that you all got was meant for you. Not just because you excelled athletically. Everything that you did on that field is transferable to your professional life, your academic life, your social life, your spiritual life, your professional life. So everything that you did, it was meant for you. You deserved it. And this is the type of thing that's going to happen when you use that same transferable skill set in every other facet of your life. I'm celebrating you today, but I look forward to the day when I'm going to get to celebrate you again. Good luck to you.
Commissioner Jacobs.
I don't think I could say anything better than what Commissioner Burns just said. But I just wanted to express my appreciation that, oh my gosh, that you all, this just exemplifies what you all are about, your entire team, NCCU, the staff, that you're all here. you know, we said we were going to do this proclamation tonight because we really wanted to recognize you and celebrate you all. But to have all of you come, I mean, nobody's ever done this before. Seriously, I have been a county commissioner now. I'm in my 11th year. Nobody has ever shown up tonight the way that you have all shown up for all of us and for the community as well. So we know you all could have lots of other things to do. You could be lots of other places. But thank you so much, really, for being with us tonight and allowing us to honor you and celebrate you. And I have to confess that I don't normally watch football games, but I watched your game. And I mean, anybody who was watching it could not have, was riveted. I had to go and research what culture over scheme meant. And I didn't know. And so there was a great article that was written in October 2022 all about you, Coach, called All Roads Lead Back to North Carolina Central for head coach Trey Oliver. And it was an amazing story about all of you. And that was before you won. That was before you won this championship. So I am just really, as I said, so inspired by what you all represent and what you're achieving. And we're so grateful to have you as a part of our community. Thank you again, and congratulations.
Okay, any more?
I will just echo what my colleagues have said, and also shout out that this has definitely by far been the most fun beginning of a meeting we've ever had. Thank you for being here with us. It makes us feel so proud that you came and enlivened our boardroom. And just you're a wonderful community partner. In addition to being fabulous athletes, we feel very proud to have the chancellor here, the coach, and especially the players and all their team. Thank you so very much for making this evening special for us and for being wonderful community partners.
Everything good has already been said. So I will say, I'll be brief in just saying, thank you so much for making Durham so proud. And, you know, with this championship, you all made us proud, but every single year before that, every single year after this, you guys are going to make us proud because you're representing us in every single game. You're representing the people of Durham County in every single game. And that means a lot for us as a board because that's what we're trying to do, but it takes a village. And it takes a village for everyone nationally to look at Durham County and to see us succeeding in so many different areas. You know, we have our economic development, we have our schools, and we have our college football teams. And Chancellor, you made comments thanking us for our partnership, but really thank you. And thank you to your staff in the athletics department, but also beyond, of having such a pillar in our community, so of Central University, of providing so many educational opportunities for our community members to grow and to continue to providing and growing Durham County's vibrant community. So just thank you to every single one of you. And I know you guys have lots of fun things to return to after this meeting. So thanks for joining us.
I will just say, as a North Carolina A&T Aggie, I was at the Celebration Bowl hollering, cheering, rooting you on. So whether you know it or not, you have adopted me into the Eagle family. So I will just say, Eagle pride, amplified.
So I just want to say the future is yours. It is yours. Because you have proven, not just with your athletic ability, but your talents and skills all around. So the future is yours. So thank you so much for being here this evening. We are all energized and inspired by you. So, Eagle Pride. Amplify. All right.
got my other shoes back on now.
All right.
Let's see, I've got. Do you want to read? I think the energy just went out the room. Yeah. All right. So Commissioners, I have a request for the board. We have quite an extensive agenda to try and get through tonight. So when we speak, I'm asking that you honor the 3-minute rule. For commissioners, Monica will keep time, and she'll let you know when that 3 minutes is up, if you will honor that tonight, so that we can be out of here by no later than 10:30, 11 at the most. So I'd appreciate that. Is that okay? Cool. All right, so we will move now into our consent agenda.
Information.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did give it to you to read, didn't I? All right. You see I'm moving. So we have another proclamation, and this is our National Mentoring Month. You know, the city had a nice affair on last week about mentoring. And that is one of the things that is so important in our community, is that we, all of us, mentor others. So the board is requested to issue a proclamation declaring January 2023 as National Mentoring Month in Durham County. And I will ask Commissioner Jacobs if she will read that proclamation, and then have DeJuan Langley come up, share details about the National Mentoring Month.
The Durham Board of County Commissioners proclamation for National Mentoring Month 2023. Whereas created in 2002 by the Harvard School of Public Health and Mentor, the National Mentoring Partnership, January 2022 marked the 20th anniversary of National Mentoring Month, an annual campaign to focus on attention on the need for quality, consistent, and competent mentors. And whereas a mentor is a caring, dependable, and authentic person that provides support, guidance, advice, assistance, and devotes time to a young person to help discover personal strength, to persevere, and achieve their potential through a structured and trusting relationship on a regular basis. And whereas quality mentoring encourages and empowers youth to make positive choices, promote self-esteem and character development, support academic achievement, social emotional learning, leadership and professional development, college readiness, and career exploration. Whereas the goals of National Mentoring Month are to raise awareness of mentoring, recruit individuals to mentor, equip mentors with the skills needed to support youth, encourage organizations to engage and integrate quality mentoring into their efforts with a focus on academic support, life skills training, and career readiness, workforce preparation to motivate youth to excel. And whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, mentoring programs have stepped up to fill gaps for youth and families, connecting them with resources and ensuring that mentoring relationships continue virtually to prevent social disconnection and mitigate learning loss. And whereas research has demonstrated that mentoring programs have a significant positive impact on a variety of academic achievement measures, including truancy and absenteeism, scholastic efficacy and engagement, school-related misconduct, and peer support. And whereas mentors serve a critical role in helping youth successfully complete high school and gain admission to college or training programs, earn a post-secondary credential or certification, build new in-demand skills, prepare for the future of work, and succeed in an ever-changing workforce. And whereas mentoring programs must incorporate work-based learning to prepare and connect youth with real-life work experiences where they can apply academic, technical, and soft skills and develop their employability while exploring career pathways. And whereas the Durham County Strategic Plan Goal 1 is to provide access to educational, vocational, economic, and cultural opportunities while empowering citizens to choose pathways for their own success. Whereas the Durham Board of County Commissioners supports community-based mentoring programs as key community partners to support our mission for a safe, healthy, and vibrant community. And whereas National Mentoring Month is the time of year to celebrate, elevate, and encourage mentoring and recruit caring adult mentors in Durham County. Now, therefore, I, Brenda Howerton, on behalf of the Durham Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2023 as National Mentoring Month and call upon public officials, educators, business and community leaders, and citizens to observe this month with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs in order to recognize individuals who serve as staff and volunteers at quality mentoring programs and help our youth find inner strength and reach their full and unlimited potential. Acknowledge that mentoring is beneficial because it facilitates healthy identity development, encourages educational achievement, reduces juvenile delinquency, expands career readiness, improves life skills and outcomes, and strengthens communities. Promote the creation, expansion, sustainability, and funding of quality mentoring programs across Durham to equip youth with the tools needed to lead healthy, productive, and meaningful lives. And support initiatives to close the academic achievement, opportunity, and mentoring gaps, and promote critical mentoring to support boys of color with mentors who perceive and understand social, political, and economic racism and oppression, and to take action against racism and oppressive elements of society. This, the 23rd day of January 2023. Brenda A. Howerton, Chair, Durham Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you, Chair Howerton and members of the Board of County Commissioners for this proclamation. My name is DeWarren Langley, and you all have been seeing me do this for the past 12 years, I think, to bring this proclamation. And I'm now, I always make sure that I say that I am the volunteer executive director of the Charles Hamilton Houston Foundation, where we provide a continuum of intense and career-focused programs, services, and mentorship for boys and young men of color here in Durham. And I would like the other mentoring organizations that are present this evening to please come over because I would like for them to share briefly about their organization, because I'm going to do something a little different tonight. I had a script and I was going to follow it, but I'm also a person of faith. And my pastor, whom many of you know, who's now retired, Frederick Amos Davis, would always say, "You have not because you ask not." And one of the most challenging aspects of doing this work is finding money. And so I'm going to ask the county commissioners for a $50,000 investment for the boys and young men that we serve. I have served as executive director of this organization for the past 6 years. Professionally, I have a career. I'm a research compliance professional outside of the volunteerism, and that's why you all see the emails that often come in at 10, 11, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, because I have my day job followed by my passion, which is to see other boys in this community grow up and succeed. And tonight, I would like to share about one of those boys. His name is Wendell McFarland, and tonight he shared with me that he is now Vice President of Security Engineering Consulting for Bank of America. Grew up right here in Durham. But we also have young men that were in our program like Tyler, who unfortunately last November was murdered here in Durham. Graduated from UNC Pembroke, had a degree, started his own business, and unfortunately lost his life in the very community that he grew up in. We can provide as many tools and resources for these boys and young men that we can possibly do here in this community. But we also have to change what's happening in Durham. We have to ensure that our education system is working for all of our students. We have to ensure that they are equipped with the knowledge and skills for the opportunities that are growing and expanding in our community. So I'm going to turn it over to these other organizations. I know you all want to get out of here by 10:30, but I think this is very important for you all to hear, because oftentimes you don't get to hear from the organizations and the individuals who are working very hard for our young people in our community.
Good evening, Madam Chair, and to the county commissioners. My name is Freddie McNeil, and I'm the CEO and the founder of Sidekicks Academy. Sidekicks Academy is an acronym, and it stands for Students Involved in Discipline Education Keyed into Claiming Knowledge and Success. Currently, Sidekicks Academy is in 3 Durham Public Schools. I've retired as Executive Director of Human Resources from Durham Public Schools. And when I retired, I sat there on 2019 at about 2:15 in the evening. I asked God, what would be your second part of my life that you would have me to do? And I get a call 30 minutes later from one of the principals at one of the elementary schools. And she asked me would I come over to volunteer. So I got over, spoke with this principal, and as I was leaving out of the office, I saw this kid, a little second grader, just destroy the office. And I said to this principal, I said, you know, instead of me being a volunteer, allow me to come in and bring a program that I started back in Orange County in 1995. It was a very successful program. And what it is, we teach character education, and the hook is the martial arts. So I teach Taekwondo, and a lot of kids want to take the martial arts, but the families can't afford it. So I've been taking out my pockets for 3 years trying to support 3 schools. And it's hard, it really is, but that's not going to stop me at all. It's a game changer, and it has been a game changer for Durham Public Schools. We currently have in the program about 200 students, and the superintendent asked me would I take on 2 other schools. But before I can take on 2 other schools, there's got to be funding. And so I'm going to let Mr. Webb come up. He's my chief of staff. I have currently about 19 individuals that volunteer their time and their efforts towards this program. But I will say this, I trained under Koreans. And one thing I know about Koreans, they're very disciplined humans. And what I do notice is they take the discipline, they take respect, and they really instill it in their kids. You know, Oprah Winfrey was told one day that she was unfit to be a TV personality. And Michael Jordan was told that he was too small to play professional basketballs. Your words have power, and that's what we do with Sidekicks Academy. So I'm going to invite Greer Webb up to talk about his side as the social justice. We have mental health and all of that as well. But Greer, why don't you come up?
So, I really appreciate what all of you, and what I want is for all of you to be able to have at least 3 minutes. So the clerk, would you ensure that each person has 3 minutes to speak? And that way we'll be able to hear from everyone, if you'll do that, please.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And,
Thank you.
And if you'll give us your name first and your address.
Yes, ma'am. Again, Freddie McNeil, and I am from Mebane, North Carolina, and I currently work for Durham Public Schools again.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'll be very brief. My name is Greer Webb. I live at 4909 Old Millcrest Court in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm currently a UNC Chapel Hill senior. And I just wanted to take a brief moment to say I am looking at law schools, and after hearing that rousing display of athletic and academic success, North Carolina Central University has jumped to the top of that list. It was already close to the top, and it still remains at the top. I just wanted to say thank you for recognizing National Mentoring Month. To all these organizations behind me, thank you for what you do. I am the Chief of Staff and Social Justice Director at Sidekicks Academy. I'm part-time when I'm not in school taking classes, and it is a game-changing program for Durham. We look forward to you all's continued support of the program, resource and financial investment in programs that support students and young people of color throughout Durham. And I think it's important and critical that we all understand and believe that mentoring is not only the key to the present, but opens doors to the future. And so Mr. McNeil already gave an overview of our program. We were unfortunately not able to be at the parade and festivities on Saturday because we had our third ever Battle for the Bull City, where we had over 300 people attend historic R.N. Harris Elementary School, and see our schools battle in a safe manner against one another and display all that they've learned over the past few months. So thank you again for this time and opportunity. We appreciate your support to this point and look forward to continued investment in the future. Not only here in Durham, but we believe that North Carolina can become a leader in the youth mentoring space. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and fellow commissioners. I am Larry Campbell. I am a chairman of the board of the Thomas Mentor Leadership Academy. We mentor young men between the ages of 9 and 18 who have been raised by their single parent, their living guardian, or their grandparents. We focus on decision-making, conflict resolution, it's building of esprit de corps. We provide them direction, we provide them guidance, and we provide them the motivation to want to be successful. Again, I just want to thank you all for the support, and I relinquish the rest of my time to whomever would like to use that time. But again, we can't do what we do without your support. Without your support. And I thank you for that, and we're going to continue doing what we're doing because it's important for our youth. Again, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Camelia Wyman. I am the founder and executive director of IME Girls Mentoring Program here in Durham, North Carolina. IME Girls service girls ages 10 to 18. We are all about instilling self-worth, knowing their values, and we believe that every girl should never forget to wear their crown when they leave the house. Our overall mission is to provide tools and resources for our youth girls by connecting with amazing partners that we have in our community. We do self-esteem building, leadership, as well as instilling overall leadership for our youth girls. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous, but again, I just want to say thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to stand up here to talk about our program. One of the things that we are working on, because I am a child of an incarcerated father, is a program called Crown. Crown would focus on boys and girls who have parents that's incarcerated, and that is something dear to my heart. So I would love to talk with you guys to see how we can continue to partner and make this a successful program for our youth and in our community. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Fred Evans. I'm from Durham originally. I'm the director for the Bull City Bulldogs Athletic Association, but I would love for everyone to forget the athletic part, because We take a no-nonsense approach to having them work hard in school. We just use the athletic part for them to have something to, to strive for, to continue to do the best things. We got an old school approach to teaching them, self-love, love of community, and wanting to be better and be a part. We're trying our best to take the normalcy out of pulling the trigger on a gun and taking a friend, a loved one, or even someone you so-called dislike. We're trying to take the normalcy out of that because so many of them live that and they think that that's how life goes. And we're trying our best to show them that, once that gun is gone, you got two lives that you've taken, the one that go to prison and the one that you kill. So we're asking for help with funding as well. A lot of these kids, they really love to have discipline, and a lot of people don't know that. They label the kids as bad. You label a kid bad enough, long enough, he feels like that's what he is. So we do our best to let them know they are special. I'm going through cancer right now myself, but these kids have taught me I need them just as much as they need me. And by us doing that together, we're going to continue to do everything we can and change this whole demographic of killing and, all this is just unnecessary. I just wanted to say thank you for having me.
Madam Chair, Madam Manager, Council, Commissioners, my name is Steve Chalmers. I'm actually here representing several organizations this evening. I am the founder and president of Men of Vision, organization that was established in 2004, and we have several members here. The purpose of this organization was to bring African American men together to actually mentor young men of color who are gang involved and also justice involved. Also, I'm representing the Forbes Youth Foundation, where I serve as a board member, organization serving youth from male and female from 10 to 18 years of age, also to provide structure and leadership, counseling and enhancement. And also, I'm here with my partner, L.A. Jones, who's in the audience, as co-executive directors of the Haiti Reborn Justice Movement, which is set up to actually be a program, not a program, we keep saying we're not a program, we're a movement that actually has the mission of actually bringing the entire city and county into partnerships. One of the areas that we actually establishing partnerships in is in the area of mentoring, where we are actually bringing all mentoring programs together under one initiative to whereby they can maintain their own autonomy and identity, but work collectively to address the needs of youth in our community, because there's enough work for all of us to be doing, and we feel we can be more effective if we work together. The one thing that I would like to also add is that we need to recognize that not only that we have our youth in our community that need mentoring, but we also have adults in our community that also needs mentoring, and that's one of the things that we focus on also with the justice movement, is to actually serve as a one-stop shop where we can bring all of Durham community in need to one location where we can provide support and services that they need in order to bring about a change in their lives. So again, 2023, you're going to see bigger and better things coming from the mentoring organization. We are working with all of these organizations, some that are actually, as DeWarn has said, have really been taking a lot of this out of their own hide. And they really, really need a lot of support. And that's one of the things that we intend to do within our organization, is to make certain that all of our programs, all of our community-based organizations that are committed to the community have the support that they need to operate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chalmers. And thanks to all of you. First of all, thank you for the commitment that you are. Thank you for the work that you do every day, that you care about another human being's life, because this is about caring. It's more about the caring than the doing. So I just want to say thank you for extending yourself and your lives and your pocket, that you are making a difference for our young people in this community and any other communities that you may be a part of. Some of you I saw the other night at the city, and I had to run off. But this is something that we are, all of us as a board, have been committed to and that we support. And we will continue to do that. But we really appreciate you being here and extending and showing us that you care. Are there any questions? Any questions from the board?
Just not, it's a proclamation, so no ma'am, no question. I just, I heard the request and I don't want y'all to think that it fell on deaf ears. And while I don't know, I can't remember, I wrote them all down. I can't remember everybody. I see that Sidekicks is here. I love the work that y'all do. I've been to the tournament. My sisters taught at R.N. Harris for 18 years. And she said, sir, when you did not come to school, children cried and parents cried. So I do know how important it is. I do know how important that class is for students. I don't know. I know you said that the superintendent, Dr. Mubinga, made a request for you to expand. I don't know what that looks like. I know that if it comes before this board, it will be something that I will be willing to support. I love your idea about crowns. Chief Chalmers, you already getting something today, so I don't know why you in line. I'm confused. I'm gonna give you a hard time in about an hour. But I do want to say, we do have processes, much like the city does. If these are for funding sources, I would invite you all to meet with our staff as these opportunities are made available. And a word to the wise, come as yourself. Don't bring nobody with you. My grandma taught me one thing: when you go to a job interview, you can't take everybody. Telling everybody on this wall, don't take everybody to your job interview. This was the job interview. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to move on. If there's nothing, no burning questions that anyone else need to ask, we're going to move on to our manager with our consent agenda.
So are there any items that anyone would like to pull for discussion? Okay. So if not, I'll turn it back.
So these are items that we have discussed prior at our work sessions, and any questions that we needed to get answered, we have gone back and forth with as staff to get those answered. If there are no commissioners feel that they need to pull anything, then I need a motion for approval.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda items.
Second.
It's been moved and second to approve the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes 5-0. So the next item on the agenda is we have a couple of public hearings. The first one is 23-0034, public hearing to consider awarding economic development funds to Project Green. The board is requested to hold a public hearing to consider awarding a total of $150,000 to Project Green and to authorize the county manager to negotiate and execute a performance agreement for Project Green. We have Andy Miracle, Economic Development Director, here to present this item.
Good evening, commissioners, and to the dais. Andrew Miracle, Durham County Economic Development Director. The board is requested to hold a public hearing to consider awarding a total of $150,000 to Catalent and authorize the county manager to negotiate and execute a performance agreement with the company. Catalent will establish a biologics analytical services facility by fitting out an existing laboratory to a new site in Durham County, creating 201 jobs and investing $39,462,000 over 5 years. The company is a leading global development and manufacturing partner to the pharmaceutical, biopharmaceutical, and consumer health industries. Its flexible manufacturing platforms at over 50 global sites supply around 80 million doses of nearly 8,000 products annually. The new facility in Durham County will provide comprehensive standalone development and testing for biologic drug modalities, including cell and gene therapies. Catalent is being facilitated in part by a job development investment grant with the state, approved by the state's Economic Investment Committee on December 13th of 2022. All JDIG and local awards, all JDIG awards require a local contribution, which in this case is proposed at $150,000. With approval of the award, the company has agreed to make reasonable efforts to participate in workforce partnerships with local organizations such as NC Central, Durham Tech, and NC Works, Center Durham, among others, to recruit and hire local talent. These partnerships include participating in job fairs and Durham Public Schools career and technical education programs, as well as the promotion of sustainability practices. The company will also commit to an overall MWB participation aspirational goal of 10%, totaling $3.9 million for services, goods, and construction. Please find additional project details in the briefing sheet attached to the agenda. All payments for the project will adhere to the Durham County Economic Development Incentive Policy and will occur only following annual performance verification that the company has met its job creation, investment, and community partnership targets. This includes maintaining that property taxes paid annually are at a minimum twice the scheduled payment amount for a maximum award total of $150,000. Staff recommends approval of this award, and this public hearing has been advertised as required by law. And that
Thank you, Andy. Are there any questions for staff, commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Andy. And there are a lot of great commitments in the proposed contract related to partnering with, educational institutions like NCCU's Bright Center and Durham Public Schools, Durham Tech, in a lot of different ways. And I think we all, in a lot of ways, we care more about the relationship building and the pipeline building than the money, because we want to really impact people's lives in our community through those relationships. Could you talk a little bit about how our staff, now that we have a great team, how we will actually follow up with that, connecting, the folks at this company, connecting the right people, and following up and just helping to actually build those connections?
Yes, absolutely. So as you noted, this is all about building relationships. For some of these programs with like DPS, Career and Tech Ed, they already have defined programs that are openly facing, so companies kind of sign up and they have a number of different programs available to them. So we really, in that case, are just helping facilitate connections. NC Central's Bright program is a new kind of relationship that we're really trying to build out more as well. They do have summer programming at the middle school and high school levels that they offer, and so we're really trying to be proactive in helping facilitate those relationships because it's so important. And Durham Tech is already facilitating a number of really good relationships in terms of with the coursework that they're able to provide, as well as getting their staff trained up as well. So there are a number of angles where we try to promote these relationships, and as you noted, we have additional staff now to really with Matt Filter as our economic development manager, we have more staff available now to help facilitate those relationships.
And would these types of jobs require the BioWorks certification, or at least any of some of the trainings, that the certificates that are at Durham Tech?
So possibly, we may need to dig into that a little bit more. So Durham Tech has recently gotten approval for a 2-year degree that would kind of apply some of this work, so that is in process. And that is essentially where their entry-level jobs are at the two-year degree to four-year degree. So in some cases, these do require a four-year degree. But there are partnerships between Durham Tech and Wake Tech to kind of fill in some of those gaps in the interim as well. So, that's part of what we'll be doing is helping identify where those employment opportunities are and the required education as well.
Thank you. And I was glad to see at least that 31 of the jobs, the minimum requirement is just a 2-year degree. So thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Hearing none, I will open the public hearing. Are there any persons signed up? I have Brian Fox. Is there anyone else who signed up to speak? Is that the only person?
Yes, ma'am. Brian Fox was the only person that requested.
Okay, is Brian here?
And Chair, we do have a representative from the company as well
Okay,
to make comment.
so if that person, it's on the screen. Okay, Brian. Okay, Brian is he's on the Zoom here. Okay. And then we will also ask the representative if we'll go to the mic to speak. Okay, go ahead, Brian. We can't hear you. Okay, while we're waiting on him, and just got some technology difficulties over here, we'll hear from the representative from the company. If you'll identify yourself and.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jeremy Troshu, and I head the bioanalytics division for Calent. So we are extremely honored to have been considered and for the support we've already received. We've been committed to the state of North Carolina for over 20 years, and we're very pleased to have the ability to continue to invest and create additional employment and new jobs in the county. So thanks again for the continued support.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for introducing this into our community. Are there any questions from the board? None? Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Brian, are you ready? Gonna try him again?
Thanks for trying, everyone.
We're able
All
to
right,
hear
is
you.
this coming through?
Yeah, we can hear you this time.
Great, thanks, everyone, and I'm sorry not to be there with you, but good evening to our commissioners, the staff, and our neighbors. Just want to applaud yet another exciting economic development effort from Durham County, which in this case enables us to work closely with the state and, as you heard, many partners and other institutions. Calent will be a great addition to our regional economy, and we look forward to continuing to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If there are any other questions for staff, from staff? Commissioner Jacob?
Actually, I regret not having asked this when the applicant was, the representative from Catalent was there, but one thing I was going to ask about, which was unique, we have not seen before, were your, some of your commitments towards sustainable building and business practices were really unique. We've actually not seen that before. So I'm not going to make you get up again, but Andy, maybe if you could talk about that since you're there. I think it's worthy of people hearing about
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. So this is, since we have revised the policy in February of 2000, where we listed out a number of aspirational goals, we've been working through that time to find programs or means to actualize those goals. And so they've listed out a number of approaches that we're really excited about and that we think do a good job of committing to the county's sustainability goals in terms of both the construction to the operational procedures. And so they have a number of items listed out in the briefing sheet that we're very excited about as well. So we would echo that, and I'm glad that you highlighted that.
Okay, if there are no other comments, Carter?
Oops. I just want to say that I really appreciate our staff and also the chamber, working with the state to bring this exciting economic development opportunity to Durham, and really appreciate the willingness and desire to be a good partner, good corporate partner here in our community, creating jobs, really contributing to our tax base, life sciences, continuing to that's one of our desired areas, and it aligns with our workforce development goals. Just really appreciate that, and look forward to you hiring from Durham and our skilled residents. And I really appreciate also your commitment of 10% for MWBE, and I would only maybe ask you to stretch just a little more, and see if you can maybe do just a little better than that. Our own commitment is higher at 25%, correct? And, as close as you can get to that, we would really, really appreciate it. Really grateful for your efforts, but, if there's any ability to stretch, please do. And just welcome to the community.
Okay. Okay, if there are no other comments or questions, I will close the public hearing, bring this back to the commissioners for approval. I will need a motion and a second for approval.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Need a second?
Second.
So it's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And motion passes 5-0. Okay, we have another public hearing, 230036. This is a public hearing to consider awarding economic development funds to, wait a minute, okay, yeah, this is to Project Carter. So they kind of read pretty much the same way. All right.
All right. So Commissioners, the board is requested to hold a public hearing to consider awarding a total of $5 million to Eli Lilly and Company and to authorize the county manager to negotiate and execute a performance agreement with the company. Lilly will locate a new drug product and device assembly facility in Durham County, creating 100 jobs and investing $450 million over 5 years. Lilly's new facility in Durham County will house 2 pharmaceutical production lines. One of the lines will be a device assembly and packaging line, and the other will be a pre-filled syringe formulation, filling, and inspection line. The company estimates that approximately 90% of the jobs created by this project will be entry-level roles that can be hired with Durham Tech's BioWorks certificate or high school education. All jobs pay an average wage of $56,000 plus benefits. With approval of this award, the company has agreed to make reasonable efforts to participate in workforce partnerships with local organizations such as NC Central, Durham Tech, and the NC Works Center Durham that includes job fairs, career panel courses, and interview skill building, among other activities. The company will provide paid internships in addition to paid apprenticeships. The company provides employees with children with backup care alternatives, and they pursue sustainability and traffic demand management strategies that align with the goals articulated in the county's economic development policy. Additionally, the company will commit to undertake good faith efforts to achieve the aspirational goal to utilize MWB vendors for 25% of local expenditures on construction, goods, and services. This is measured as a percentage of the locally sourced construction activity required by the project. which is estimated at approximately $140 million for a total of approximately $35 million in MWBE awards. Find additional project details in the briefing sheet attached to the agenda item. All payments for this project will adhere to the Durham County Economic Development Incentive Policy and will occur only following annual performance verification that the company has met its job creation, investment, and community partnership targets. This includes maintaining the property taxes paid annually are at a minimum twice the scheduled payment amount for a maximum award amount of $5 million. Staff recommends approval of this award, and this public hearing has been advertised as required by law. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you so much for the clarification that you put in these documents for us. It really helps us that you outline everything so well. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Are you pointing at her? Is she pointing at you? What's going on? Y'all just, if you raise your hand, stop pointing at each other. I don't know who's raising hands. Are you raising your hand? Okay, Commissioner Alum.
Thank you, Chair Howard, and thank you so much, Andy, for bringing this, or your team's effort in bringing this project to us. I had one question. One of the things that I was really excited to see was the company providing the up to $8,000 per year of educational assistance for team members. I was just wondering if it was shared with us or with the county of like, what is their definition of qualifying? Like, how many of these jobs are going to have that opportunity for that assistance? And is that assistance going to be limited to like, you must go to these specific institutions or like these specific courses, or?
I do not know offhand, but I would be happy to follow up on that, that specific point, absolutely.
Okay. Anything else on this side? I'm sorry? Commissioner Burns?
How you doing, Andy?
Good.
Really quick, I do think when I left a second ago, I was choking on a piece of ice. Dr. Sowell, thank you for coming and making sure I was still alive. I appreciate it. I think that Commissioner Jacobs might have asked my question, but this is a current partner that we already have. So when we say Lilly, we can now finally talk about it. This is a company that is already, after the first iteration of them coming to our community, they've already made some significant investments. So we've seen them donate to Durham Public Schools. We've seen them volunteer in Hillside. Seen them donate to the Durham Public Schools Foundation. I'm happy that Commissioner Alam did ask about the $8,000. To Commissioner Carter's point, you are seeing that 25% MWBE participation, and we do have names to go along with some of these, the Hope Brothers and so forth and so on. We see Black-owned businesses. We see women-owned businesses. I think that Commissioner Jacobs asked this when I was trying to catch my breath. If she did, I apologize to the audience, everybody else. Your team now is in a better position to not only do retention and recruitment, but to do tracking. Is this what we can expect to see forthcoming, not just from them, but on how you all plan on tracking and also communicating to the community about what they will be doing? See, I got something in front of me that lets you know everything Eli Lilly's done. I have something in front of me that lets you all know what Catalent has done. But the beauty is Andy has 2 more people on his team that will be able to make sure that as we make these investments, they're doing the things that we ask them to do. So could we, if you did not, while I was back there slowly dying, tell us what we can expect from a community standpoint so that they can see what we see, and these are not the only opportunities that they hear about tracking?
Absolutely. So this coincides with Commissioner Jacobs' question as well. And so this is really the heart of this is about building relationships, right? And so we don't want to put these standards out there and say, good luck, go achieve them. This is a partnership, and we understand that. And as you referenced, we do have additional staff on board. Our other staff, new staff member who wasn't able to join us tonight, Sabria Futrell, comes to us with a background in MWE compliance. And so we fully intend to use that skill set. And so not only are we going to continue to direct folks to the Department of Administration and the resources that they have, but we are working on programming right now where we can proactively, facilitate those connections and relationships and make those connections to MWB vendors as well as the companies that we've helped recruit. And so we are certainly working on taking a proactive role in seeing the success in that area. Absolutely.
Quick follow-up. It wasn't just about MWB. It was about everything. It was about the externships for teachers, the internships for students. We have a pretty significant footprint of veterans here. This is somebody who actually has a veterans network at their company, which I thought was really neat, right? We don't always see that. And so I just want to elevate to the community and also request that your staff, as we as we get updates, the community knows that the things we've asked these companies to do, they're doing them. And maybe not when we do just these, perhaps quarterly or every 6 months. And hopefully maybe we can work it out. I know that's something I know we'd have to talk to the manager about, but I think if I was not in the chair I was in, it would benefit me because I can only elevate it because we've gotten a lot of questions today. Not criticism, really just curiosity. And I always want to soothe the curiosity of the community when it comes to jobs, because I think what this board has done is a really great job, especially you and your staff, of bringing in not only experienced positions, but entry-level positions. I think this is a beautiful package that you all have put together. And I just want the community to know that this investment does not displace them. So.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Carter?
Andy, thank you. And are there representatives from Eli Lilly here to speak to this as well? And I just wanted to verify, this is a large incentive, $5 million. Of course, it's a tremendous investment in the community, $450 million that Eli Lilly is going to be making. And according to our policy, the increase in our tax base has to be at least double $5 million. And we're expecting that, right? 10
Correct.
million?
To achieve the full award. That is
To
correct.
achieve the full award. Okay. And I just also wanted to comment that I thought that, first of all, Commissioner Burns's points were so well made. We have heard a lot about the community wanting to know what are all the benefits, community benefits that will accrue from the economic development incentives that we give in order to help recruit great corporate partners. And so any way that we can communicate that to the community will be very important. But I did think that this was quite a stellar list of community benefits, probably the longest I think that we've seen. And a real stretch with the 25%. You've already achieved it in some of the work you've already done. Really, really appreciate that. Anyway, thank you. Just wanted to say that before we start with the hearing.
Yeah, and Commissioner, thanks, Commissioner Carter. And I just want to remind the public that all of those things are spelled out in the document on our website, in the agenda, so that they can go and read it for themselves as well. All right, I will at this point open the public hearing. And I believe Brian Fox with the chamber to speak on this one as well.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Brian Fox again with the Greater Durham Chamber of Commerce. Once again, I'm sorry not to be there with y'all and appreciate the tech support. Having already highlighted one great new partnership, I'm excited to further applaud your bold leadership to support the expansion of an existing partner. This is proof that Durham is a business-friendly community looking to make new and innovative investments and efforts that are beneficial for corporate partners and our entire community. Thank you to both Durham County and Lilly, and we look forward to continuing to work together.
Thank you, Brian. And we have the company representative.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dan Von Dulligan. I'm the site head at the Lilly RTP site. Joining me tonight is Joe Owen, who is our site human resources leader as well. I'd like to first just address a commissioner's question around the educational assistance. So that $8,000 is available to any employee at any level in our organization and is meant to help continue their education. As I tell all of our new employees, we hire them into the job, but we're hiring them for a career. And so something like $8,000 on an annual basis can be spent at Durham Tech, Community College, Wake Tech, any of our universities, any institution that's furthering their education. So I'd like to provide just a few remarks. I would like to thank the Durham County Commissioners and staff for the opportunity to present another important project. As you mentioned, this is Lily's second in the Durham community. I would also like to thank Durham County and the entire RTP community for welcoming and supporting us in the construction and now stand-up of our Lilly RTP site. Increasing the supply of life-saving and life-changing medicines is a Lilly priority on a global basis. The further expansion of our site here in Durham is a key enabler to increasing that supply. This expansion, $450 million and over 100 jobs, includes additional parenteral filling, device assembly, and packaging capacity to support increased demand for Lilly's incretin products that treat diabetes. Since 2020, with your support, we have built a site. We built a site through a global pandemic. We've installed equipment, we've established processes, and have hired over 300 Lilly employees, 90% of those being local North Carolina hires. All of this has exceeded the commitments made to the state and to the county. Your support of Lilly, and specifically us here in Durham, is a key ingredient for us to determine the optimal locations where our projects can commence on a timely basis and be most successful. As has been summarized by Mr. Miracle, we have established many community and talent development engagement activities and are deeply engaged corporate neighbors. We look forward to continuing and growing these activities as we grow our employee base. We are alert to the challenges of finding, hiring, and retaining talent required for pharmaceutical manufacturing. We are committed to continuing to partner on initiatives that build skills and open opportunities here in Durham, as well as other local communities. We will do all we reasonably can to find and build the talent that this important operation requires. Thank you to the council, our partners like Mr. Miracle, and to the team, and our local community leadership in the public schools, community colleges, and community support agencies for continued support. We will continue to be a good neighbor in the community. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your partnership with our education systems, and thank you for the partnership with Durham Tech. All of those things are so vital to the community, so thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Jacobs?
I just want to say thank you. I don't really have a question. I just really also want to celebrate this moment as well, that we're thrilled to have you all expanding here in Durham County. And as has been noted, this is a significant investment in our property tax base. $450 million. We know that it is very important to keep diversifying our tax base. At the end of the day, that's what pays for all the programs and services in our community. So we appreciate that investment, and also just investing in the people in our community. I'm really excited about, and we don't know the names of the companies until this is tonight. They're always under the code names. But the fact that the 90% of the jobs, as noted, are entry level with something like a biowork certificate, but has an average starting wage of $56,408 with benefits. And I just think it's really important to lift that up, especially those of us, they're not all here anymore, but who are working with mentors and young people in our community to know that it's one thing when you're trying to help somebody in you know, in directing their life a certain way, but then if you don't have the opportunities that are there for them, and we are so blessed in Durham compared to many other places in the country, that we do have these really good jobs here that don't necessarily have huge barriers for people to overcome. And I didn't get to say it in announcements tonight because we didn't add additional announcements, but I do need to say it now because one thing I did want to get into our information and I'll send it to our clerk. We did get an email today, this afternoon, that the last information session for cohort 5 for the Bowles Academy, which is building up local life sciences or building up local labor for the biowork certification for these types of jobs, is going to be on this Thursday at 5 o'clock via Zoom. And this is for the cohort that starts on February 17th. So we've got to, make these connections and get this out to the community so that people can get a great job at a place like Lilly or Catalent and be able to support themselves and their families. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you so much first for answering my question about the education. That is really great. I really appreciate the way you phrased it and the mission of, hiring people into these jobs, but also building them up for a bigger and better career. And, I just want to put a little worm in your ear as Commissioner Jacobs reminded me of it. There's this incentive package, but a lot of companies in Durham, they build this relationship, have this package, but then later down the years, that relationship starts to grow. And we saw that recently with a partnership with a company here in Durham of Novo Nordisk that actually partnered with Durham Tech to provide them $4 million to grow their life sciences department. So should Eli Lilly, as you continue to build your relationship with Durham, just give that little plug to always, if you want to continue to support Durham Tech in ways that other companies have, we will always accept it.
Appreciate that. And we're in frequent conversations with JB Buxton.
Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I will close the public hearing and bring this item back to the board. Commissioners, are there any additional questions? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion to approve.
Chair, I move that the board award a total of $5 million and authorize the county manager to negotiate and execute a performance agreement for this project.
Second.
Moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. The next item is 230037, a Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment, Development Plan Revision, TC 220002. The board is requested to conduct a public hearing and receive public comments on the Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment, Development Plan Revision, and entertain 2 motions. And we have Alexander Hill. Person here, okay. Senior Planning Manager here to present this item. Alex is on the Zoom. Okay.
Hey, good evening. Thank you, Chair Howerton, Vice Chair Jacobs, Honorable Commissioners. Alexander Cahill here with the Planning Department. I'm excited to be with you tonight. In all my years of work in the department, I think this is my first time being in front of you, so thank you for being with me tonight. Before we begin, staff would like to state for the record that all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law. The affidavits of these notices are on file with the Planning Department. TC 22-00002 Development Plan Revisions is a unified development text amendment initiated by planning staff that is a revision to the requirements for development plans as found in section 3.57 of the UDO. The purpose of this amendment is to revise the requirements within the UDO for zoning map changes with a development plan to provide more transparency in the process to the community and governing bodies, shorten the length of the process to more closely align with neighboring jurisdictions, and make the process more accessible to local small-scale developers or local landowners. Over the past few years, planning staff have heard several complaints and concerns regarding the zoning map change process from community members and individual landowners and local developers. These concerns have centered around the cost of preparing a graphic development plan, the lack of clarity in graphic development plans on what is an ordinance requirement and what is in excess of an ordinance requirement, and also the ability of local or individual landowners to participate in a process that can be confusing or cost prohibitive. This text amendment is intended to work in concert with departmental process improvements and community education strategies to improve outcomes in the development plan and zoning map change processes. As a reminder, planning puts all zoning map change requests on our social pinpoint site at the time of application submittal, allowing community members to comment on rezoning applications from submittal to governing body vote. This site also links to Durham Maps, which visually portrays environmental features, topography, and much other information that's helpful in understanding the context of development. Now, development plans, I know the county commissioners don't see a lot of these, so I want to take just a few minutes to talk about the two types of development plans. They do fall into two categories. There are graphic and text-only development plans. The current graphic development plan requirements are intended to depict commitments that are in excess of the ordinance in both text and graphic form. The intent of this text amendment revision is to clarify what should be shown on a graphic development plan. Oftentimes, applicants will have to show, they do have to show now existing conditions and proposed conditions, and we get a lot of questions as staff of what's the difference of what's required now and what the applicant is doing in excess of the ordinance. The text-only development plans currently allow an applicant to commit to only use limitations. So for example, if they are rezoning to a commercial use or commercial zoning, they could limit just a commercial use like a pawn shop. The primary intent of this text amendment for text-only development plans will allow applicants to proffer additional commitments in addition to text limiting uses. This could be anything from affordable housing to additional environmental protections. In addition, any information that cannot be portrayed in text form will be required to show on a graphic development plan as determined by the planning director. The draft proposal of this text amendment was discussed at the February and October 2022 Joint City-County Planning Committee. At the October 5th JCCP meeting, the committee unanimously recommended staff move forward with the UDO text amendment to the Planning Commission with only a minor edit. Staff then brought this amendment to the Durham Planning Commission's November 15th, 2022 meeting. A public hearing was held and a discussion around the implications of the textual development plan were discussed. Staff were asked and committed to load testing the amendment on existing cases and provide that information to the Planning Commission prior to their 12/13 meeting. At their December 13th, 2022 meeting, the Planning Commission did recommend unanimous approval by a vote of 12-0 on this text amendment. As a reminder, two motions are required for this application this evening. The first is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance incorporating revisions to Article 3, Zoning Map Change, Section 5 Development Plan. And the second is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you so much for making time tonight. Staff are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any comments, any questions for staff? Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thank you for that explanation, presentation. Do you think that there is I'm trying to figure out what would be the downside to not approving this. I mean, is there any reason? What are, would you even want to tell us? Because you want us to approve it, which I think we are. But just wondering, what would a downside be to not approving these changes?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a great question. Something we think a lot about because there's always a potential negative impact to everything, and we always try to analyze that. There was some concern that not showing the building a parking envelope on a text-only development plan would mean developers are building, outside the footprint of a site. However, there are other provisions in the ordinance like setbacks and project boundary buffers that keep that from happening. There was a little bit of concern about potentially applicants using the text-only development plan and not adding additional proffers. However, most of the applicants that have been in conversation around this are eager to use the text-only development plan to add additional proffers. But I guess that's one potential is we won't know what their level of commitments and proffers are until we start seeing these come in.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Is one of the proffers, I know you listed some, how about land for schools? Is that a common proffer?
We, and Director Young may be able to speak on institutional knowledge around this more. In the past 2 years that I've been with this group, we have not seen a lot of land donations for Durham Public Schools, but we have seen a lot of financial contributions to DPS. And that is something that they're able to proffer as of now on the development plan, graphic development plan, that they would be able to proffer this for the text only as well.
Thank you.
Well, I have a question regarding the designation effect. There are several lines there that was crossed out. Just wondering what you were trying to accomplish by changing the wording.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the designation effect was crossed out. There's a kind of a clean version, which is a lot easier to read, and then the crossed out version. It's being reorganized to have this read better so that any community member, any staff member can go into the section of the ordinance and read it as it should flow. Just one way to make it a little less confusing for the average person that looks at our very long, very dense ordinance.
Okay, so you're just wordsmithing. Okay.
Yes, and just reorganizing the order.
All right. Okay, thank you. Questions? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you. I have two questions. One is, it was mentioned in the memo that doing this would align with what neighboring jurisdictions are already doing. And so I wondered if you could speak to who else is doing it, like how long have they been doing it? And to Commissioner Carter's point, have there been, did we speak to them and learn about any problems they were having and then kind of tweak ours? So just wondering about that.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Jacobs. That's a great question. So it's a little bit of a nuanced answer. Development plans are actually unique to Durham and enabled under state statute to Durham. So we can't compare development plans to other jurisdictions, but we can compare conditional use zoning, which is common in other jurisdictions, to development plans. It's somewhat similar. And in those other jurisdictions, actually, one of our esteemed colleagues in Apex recently did the analysis and worked with all these different cities and found out how long planning processes are taking, what types of mechanisms they have for rezonings. And Durham was definitely, I don't want to say, I should say it, we were essentially last in the timeline on how long it takes for rezoning to get through the process. And so going to text only for a few more types of cases would allow us to move a little bit quicker, maybe being more in line with the surrounding jurisdictions, which is more, the average is more 8 to 10 months rather than the 14, 15 months that we were running.
Okay. I mean, was there any discussion of doing this only for, developments of a certain size, for instance? Because I know that this was supposed to be geared towards make it accessible to small scale / local developers. So, So I'm thinking of things that are just going to be, under a certain numbers of acres or, infill type things. So was there any discussion about, keeping it the other way for the massive rezonings that our city council colleagues sitting here, Williams, participates in? I guess that, those are the types of projects that I think, we still, I think, would want to see development plans for those types of projects. So I just wonder, did you think about just trying to kind of gear it towards acreage or impact?
Absolutely, that's a great question. We did talk about tiering it, and there's a couple of different ways we could have tiered it. The reason we inevitably went away from any sort of tiering is because we felt that the actual PDR district, which is when those large, projects come in with large acreage and big projects, they usually use the PDR or Planned Development Residential District. And we feel that the PDR district is strict enough that it almost wouldn't allow any large-scale project to take advantage of a textual-only development plan. They are required to show some specific items, any buildings over 35 feet. There's a long list that they're required to show. So we think that that protection ordinance already for the PDR would actually ensure that these large-scale acreage projects would still have to submit a graphic development.
Okay, well, I hope you'll be monitoring this and seeing what happens. And, your staff has done a great job monitoring the expanding housing choice, for example. So I think this is another one where we're kind of have to see what happens. And my other question was the definition of contiguous development. So would, for instance, something that's separated by a road and you've got one side is maybe something where the site has property on either side of a road, for example, would that be considered contiguous?
Yes. So anytime there's a right-of-way bisecting a project and there's two separate parcels, it would be considered contiguous for the purposes of rezoning.
Okay. Thank you.
No other questions. I will open public hearing. Do we have any speakers on this item?
Chair Howerton, we did not have any people to sign up before the public hearing. However, there are two individuals with their hands raised on the Zoom. If you would like, we can allow them to speak, or we can ask that they submit their comment via email. I do not have, other than that, I do not have anyone that has signed up in advance.
Well, let's give them 3 minutes each.
The first person we have is Pamela Andrews. If you can take yourself off of mute and turn your camera on.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you.
Okay, good evening, you all. I want to say thanks to Alex, Cahill, and Sarah for all their hard work, because Lord knows we've been in a lot of these meetings, but I just wanted to say briefly as a citizen, we are concerned, just want to make sure that we are able to still see a lot of the details of these plans. We're getting blasted in Southeast Durham, as you all know. We've reached out to you many times. I got another letter today for another piece of property, 85 acres right beside me. And, we are not getting to see a lot of detail. And I think that's part of the reasons the citizens in this area are so alarmed, is because we don't know a lot of information. And I don't profess to be a planner, and I don't understand all these pieces. And I reach out to Alex, Cahill, and Sarah a lot for clarification. But just please, as much data and input as the citizens can get to see things like the maps, the topography, stream impacts, free conservation areas, wetlands, natural heritage, wildlife corridors, all these things that we can continue to make sure we see as residents are very, very helpful to make sure that we understand these projects and have as much impact as we can. So I greatly thank you for your help, for your let me speak tonight, and for all the impact and help that you all are doing to help keep the citizens of our county aware. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. We have one other person.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have P.R. Williams. If you can unmute yourself and turn your camera on.
Camera on. First, I'm not sure if I can turn my camera on. Oh, wait a minute. I might be able to. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but since y'all gave us the opportunity to raise our hand, I want to also thank Sarah and Alex for all the help they've given us. We have been trying to understand the planning process, the terminology, and everything. We do want to thank them, but I do want to bring to your attention, I personally like the graphics, and it helped me to see what's proposed, where it's at, see some of the details that they're looking at. And I'll be honest with you, I went to a neighborhood meeting in December for a property that's in Durham County. It's running Fox Lane off Shady Grove off Carpenter Pond, but it's in the Raleigh city limits. And they actually, and I mean, I really liked it, they actually had the layout at the community meeting or the neighborhood meeting. And I don't know if all of the city of Raleigh is required to do that, but I do know in Wake Forest where I had to review several layouts at the neighborhood meetings and everything that got submitted to Wake Forest years ago. They had the layout where the roads are going to go, the lot layouts, what they're really proposing. And I really like that. And so, just so you know, running Fox Lane subdivision that they're proposing was 13 acres and 85 townhomes. And so it wasn't a huge one, a huge development, but they did have everything laid out where you could see what's going to be right next to your property and how the homes and everything was going to be situated. So I really like the layouts and everything detailed on it. Again, most of these layouts, it does say that they're using GIS. They're not using survey. So they're just getting a very good GIS person to pull up all the information they have and put that on it, and then offset the 100 feet or 300 feet, whatever the buffers may be, and the 10 feet. But I really like the development plans done and with even more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we get her name and address?
If you could state your address and your name, please.
Sure, I'm sorry. Pam Williams, 2130 Adventure Trail, Durham, North Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, anyone else?
Chair Howerton, we did have one person submit a email, Donna Stanback, and it was received at 4:57 p.m. She did email it to the commissioners. I can read it if you like, or you can read it at your own time.
Okay, is it long or is it?
It's not.
Yes, go ahead and read it.
Okay, she said that she supports the concept, but am concerned that this may lead to less information earlier in the cycle. Much of the information we use for the environmental planning matrix per site in Eastern Durham has been mentioned to be available at site planning. The public needs the information before the planning commission meeting on the site so we can visibly see, understand how the site is going to impact their properties, streams, and their community. Some sites have come before the planning commission and did not receive votes because members said it was like signing a blank check with little information. In addition, the development plan for projects provide topography, streams, borders, tree conservation areas that cannot be covered well in text.
Thank you. Are there any questions for, any other questions? I think the speakers have signed off, so if you don't have questions for the speakers, you should wait till you have questions for the speaker? For staff? I think you're gonna have to wait and let me close the public hearing then. We don't have any more speakers, so I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. And if you have, you can, and then you can, and now you can ask your question.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with Alex and Sarah on some of the issues that were raised. I think they were very important issues. Because, yeah, I mean, some people are more visual rather than, reading information. And I mean, that's a valid concern. I also wanted to hear about things like the topo maps that we get, some of the visuals that we do get that go along with the app, with the submittals. So could Alex or Sarah, could you address those issues? What will
Thank
still, what would still be part of the process visually?
Yeah, so I think I'm hearing an important distinction. So graphic development plans are not going away. They're still an option. And like I mentioned before, for especially like the PDR district, they'll probably still have to be used. They'll still have that same level of detail. But instead of having an existing conditions page and a proposed conditions page, it'll have just the proposed conditions page. That way the community is getting one graphic. They don't have to pick between which one and see which one is actually what's being proposed. So that's kind of the first part. The second part is for the text-only development plan, it's really just allowing more commitments than are allowed now. Right now, you can only limit uses. It's actually allowing when, my esteemed friends, Donna or Pam, when they say or push an applicant to commit to increase project boundary buffers, increase stream buffers. If it's a text-only development plan now, the applicant can't commit to that. With this new version, they will be able to. So I hear the concern. I think it's something that staff will be very closely attuned to. But at the same time, we've spent a lot of time looking at this from the ground up, and I think we have a pretty clear understanding how it'll play out. But I think it's good to have these concerns or guardrails in place just in case something does play out a little bit differently than we were expecting.
Okay, so just for clarification, if there's no existing conditions map or even a GIS picture, how is somebody supposed to know about, what the environmental features are on the site that might need addressing?
I think this goes to the community engagement strategy I just quickly mentioned before. Durham is one of the only jurisdictions that allows community members to participate in the rezoning process from the time an application is submitted. And with that kind of first feature, they can, see a parcel, they can see all the topography, the streams, that information's still there. I think part of this is just a re-education or a new education approach to showing how community members can access information. And then of course, if they don't have access to technology, planning staff is, able to produce that information in a paper document or hard copy form for those citizens.
Okay, so again, so you're saying that even what we would see when the information that we review will not have anything visual at all? Nothing? Not even because this is really starting to sink in for me personally.
So if I might, Vice Chair Jacobs, good evening. Sarah Young, Planning Director. I wanted to kind of explain that one of the frustrations that we're trying to address, that we've heard a lot actually from the community, is that when developers come forward and, a development plan is optional in most zoning districts. So when developers come forward with what's called a general rezoning, right? There is no development plan. They're not required to have one. There's a lot of frustration that they can't proffer things. And so even though right now their only option for a text commitment is use, we're trying to expand that, as Alexander said, to other things. So I think it's important to remember that not all rezonings have development plans anyway. And there's actually very few districts that require them. They are voluntary for the most part on the part of developers. And this would just be another voluntary kind of tool that may make it more likely that some developers would commit to things as opposed to just doing a general rezoning without a development plan.
Okay, and I'm sorry I keep belaboring this because maybe I'm not expressing myself properly, so this may just be me, but I'm just trying to understand. I understand about the development plan, but normally we get, for instance, we just had the opportunity for the first time to actually look at a lot of rezonings, and we get an entire packet that has visual information, you know, that is part of the packet that staff shares, and it's also available for the public. I'm just trying to understand, are you saying that in the future there would be none of that visual information about where it's located, what's around it, what it looks like, you know, if you were looking at a GIS map, the topography, the natural features, all of that, like, just to understand, is that all going away as well? I get it about the development plan, but I'm just trying to understand the other types of supporting information that come with that.
That is a great question, and that was raised at Planning Commission, and we committed to and will continue to commit to. That packet is a very robust packet that will have zoning context maps, aerial maps, future land use maps, you know, place type maps when it becomes a place type. So that information is not going away now.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So, if we have no other questions, any other questions from commissioners, we will ask for a motion for approval. Commissioners, are we moving this item or
the motion.
we're not?
Or Commissioner Burns, go ahead.
Okay, it's been
Okay,
moved
I would,
and
Madam Chair, I
seconded.
would like to make the first motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance incorporating revisions to Article 3 zoning map change, Section 5 development plan effective March 1st, 2023.
So that was the first motion. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that passes 5-0. And then there's a second motion to be made.
To adopt the appropriate consistency statement regarding this item as required by General Statute 160D-605.
Been moved. I need a second.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, now we're down to 230038, Durham Public Health. Focus update on COVID-19 crisis, and the board is requested to hear from our illustrious Health Director, Rod Jenkins. Update us on. Good to see you, Rod. Been a minute.
It has. Good evening to this great board. And although it does say COVID-19, mpox, and flu, I will say this presentation will focus mostly on COVID because flu remains steady. We have not had an mpox case since November 30th, 2022. And once again, like many years before, we find ourselves inside a familiar space with COVID after weeks of holiday gatherings and activity. But this is nothing new. What is new is this new looming variant that we have. Last year was Omicron. This year is XBB.1.5. However, we were expecting to see a spike in cases after many hours and days of festivities. And even with these festivities and activities, I can honestly say that our positivity percentage continues to decrease and Durham continues to be resilient, and we will get through this. Our prevention strategies have not changed. Madam Chair and members of the board, Manager Sowell, Attorney Andrews, it remains the same. Vaccinate, get your booster, wear your mask, get tested. The only thing that I will add for sake of brevity is that we all need to remember that you are not up to date until you receive your updated bivalent booster. Most people think that I got my series or whatever have you, I should be good. You need to get the latest booster because, as we can see, these variants continue to use these cheat codes, as these young gamers, my son included, say, and they tend to evade captivity, so to speak. So we continue to move along with the number of cases that we have on the 7-day moving average is 437. COVID deaths has increased, not dramatically, but we've had 381 deaths. And as always, our hearts, minds, prayers, and meditations are always with those people who have lost loved ones due to COVID. However, we have reached a significant yet somber milestone. We have crossed the 100,000 case mark here in Durham, but our 7-day moving average is 62. That is a decrease of 25.31% since this time last month. So it's indicative of a downswing. However, there are a total since the beginning of the pandemic of 101,171 COVID-19 cases. Continue to always keep a close eye on race and ethnicity trends, and at present, the Black and Latinx population continues to be proportionally represented, whereas the white population in Durham is underrepresented. So again, we continue to ensure that folks know exactly where they stand. As mentioned, our COVID-19 positivity percentage, although it's not a major factor, we keep a close eye, and a picture is worth 1,000 words. We can see that there's a precipitous drop in our positivity percentage week over week. So you can see it dipping down. And we are delighted to see it going down because at one point in time it was relatively high. Our hospitalizations did have Durham in the COVID-19 community level of high. However, last week we dropped down to medium, and that is due to the fact that hospitalizations finally began to stabilize. As mentioned, we are in the yellow, and that does indicate that we're at a medium level. But again, we're continuing to keep a close eye on hospitalization data because that is what got us into the high category. As mentioned, things are beginning to clear out throughout the state. Durham is medium. The triangle proper is in the medium. There's shades of green, meaning that relatively low levels of community spread of COVID is really low throughout the state. But again, that's just indicative of this thing kind of taking its course and going by. Unfortunately, only about 20% of the people in the entire state and 31% of people in Durham County who are eligible for the updated bivalent booster have actually received their shot. Total since our vaccination campaign began, 645,354 total doses administered. And you can see the percentages are relatively high for initial, second, third, and fourth dose. But as I mentioned, of concern to us in public health here locally, it's just 31% of Durhamites have received their booster, their bivalent booster. To the listening audience, I just want to remind you all that these boosters are critical for protecting yourself and others as your immunity begins to wane from previous boosters and new variants like XBB.1.5 begin to develop. And as a reminder, all people ages 5 and older, mostly children 6 months to 4 years, are eligible for their updated boosters. If it has been at least 2 months since you finish your primary vaccination series or received a monovalent booster, it is time for you to get your updated dose. And I hope that you would heed this call. I tend to want, from time to time, to let my Board of County Commissioners know how we do relative to like-sized counties. Although this is about 9 days old, it does represent the most recent data that we have. And compared to the Buncombe's, Cumberland's, Forsyth's, Guilford's, and Mecklenburg's, Durham continues to hold its own when it comes to positivity percentage and community spread. We are represented in the red, and again, we are one of the lowest. So again, we have a very informed society that does the right thing here in Durham. I'd like to make an announcement to the board and to the listening audience that effective March 1st, we are going to be operating the Mpox and COVID-19 vaccination clinics 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 9 to 4, closed from lunch from 12 to 1. The clinic will not be open on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We are at a point in our response where vaccine is widely available and our ability to test and treat is robust. It also should be noted that COVID-19 funding streams are beginning to dissipate. That is certainly requiring us to consolidate our COVID operations into our normal operations at the Department of Public Health. We have been very fortunate to not ask this board for a lot when it comes to funding for COVID. And that is the direct benefit of state-supported resources and funding. But those funding, too, are beginning to go away rather quickly. So again, bivalent boosters are now available. All approved brands and doses of COVID-19 vaccines are available. No appointment needed. Continue to express gratitude to Monica Wallace for always putting it inside the Board of County Commissioners' agenda as far as information that our community needs in order to protect themselves. There's still more than 30 locations available to get tested in Durham, to include Walgreens and CVS, but then we still have one of the few counties that still have drive-through testing available for free at the Lakewood Shopping Center, Tuesdays through Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. As many know, we do have free COVID-19 at-home tests available Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays from 9 to 1, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 12 to 4, at the window located on the corner of 414 East Main Street. That is not stopped, and we do not plan on stopping that at all. We continue to provide that to the general public free of charge. All you have to do is be over the age of 18, no insurance ID are required, and you're not required to be a Durham resident. Let's talk about XBB 1.5. It is another subvariant of Omicron, and we know that it is more easily transmissible, meaning that it's more contagious than previous strains of COVID-19. You may have heard that it's more immune evasive than other Omicron strains. This is true. This simply means that it's better than previous strains at causing infections by avoiding your body's immunity, even if you've had COVID before or have been vaccinated. But this does not mean that vaccines do not provide any protection. In particular, the bivalent COVID vaccine has been shown to reduce the risk of serious illness, hospitalization, and death. Now more than ever, to our listening audience, it's most important for you to ensure that you're up to date on your vaccinations as they continue to provide protection that you need, along with following COVID safety measures. We do know that XBB 1.5 did start or originate in the Northeast and quickly spread. And at this particular juncture, it is the most prevalent strain of COVID in the United States. Nevertheless, bottom line to my commissioners and to the listening audience is simple. COVID-19 is not over, but your Department of Public Health continues to provide resources to help you stay safe. We will continue to see COVID evolve through different variants. This is something that we simply are going to have to live with. We admonish the listening audience to protect yourselves and others, get your vaccine, get your vaccines. This time, Madam Chair, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. One question. Are you seeing more of the COVID virus than you are of flu? Is the COVID virus numbers growing faster than the flu?
No. At one point in time, if you're talking about now, the answer is no. When we got back from holiday activities, we did see a dramatic rise in cases. Nothing like we saw on January 1st of 2022. but we did see a rise in cases. So with that being said, more caution was needed, particularly for those congregate settings like your universities, your assisted living facilities, your nursing homes. But by and large, we have enough immunity in the community and people vaccinated to kind of wane off. But as mentioned, we do need for folks to get the newest bivalent booster in order to have more protection against the virus.
That means more shots. Okay. Other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Carter?
Thank you, Rod. Good update. Am I interpreting this correctly about that 31% of Durham's population has received the bivalent booster? That's the most
Yes, ma'am,
recent
you are.
booster.
You are.
And so basically, Durham is only 31% vaccinated.
Well, 31% bivalent boosted.
Which means vaccinated, in my
Pretty much.
opinion, anyway. I mean, as far as effectiveness of limiting the severity of the infection goes, it seems like one would need to have this vaccine, or they're sort of in the same place they were before they were ever vaccinated. No, or that may be an exaggeration. Maybe that's not true, but in my own mind,
I think you're
feels
right.
that way.
I think you're right. I mean, to your earlier point, yeah, 31%. In other words, like a third of Durham has received their booster. But again, with so many people having been infected by COVID, and so many people having had the 4-dose series, it does provide enough protection. But again, if you talk, if you were to, roundabout like talk to your friends and ask who recently got COVID, then the answer would be like, I know a couple of people, primarily because of this XBB.1.5, and 9 times out of 10, Madam Carter, they probably didn't get it. So we have been doing our best through PR campaigns, through working with community partners to, encourage people to get it. But again, as you would imagine, with 3 years strong of COVID fatigue is very, very strong. However, we still have, quite a few people coming to the health department to get their the booster because they hear and they see, or they've gotten COVID and they're just like, I don't want to get it again, so they come through.
I think you do a really good job, you and your health department team, of inspiring confidence that Durham is doing as much as we can, right, to combat the virus, while at the same time encouraging us to do as much as we can and a little more. So it's a sort of a hard balance to strike, and I think you do a good job of striking the right note there. And I really appreciate the fact that we're handing out the free tests. And so I think that's super important, that people can continue to test before they are going to gather in groups with others. How many can you get if an individual comes to the window? How many tests can they take home?
We're able to provide as many as you want.
Wow. Okay, that's great. And any information for us on screening of wastewater? Like, are we seeing any?
Wastewater continues to go well. We do have, as mentioned previously, we do have the 3 sites. So all of Durham is now covered. We are able to track it and receive reports on a weekly basis. And wastewater surveillance is starting to dip down, which kind of shows us that, for the most part, community spread is down as well. But we work closely with the Department of Health and Human Services to ensure that reporting is robust, and we're able to post it on our data hub just to make sure the community at large sees it. But another mighty fine tool in our toolbox.
Very
Absolutely.
Comments?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Burns.
I had just one quick follow-up to go along with what Commissioner Carter asked. I do get, I think you said it beautifully when you said, we have COVID fatigue. And I guess I know young people are always going to be somewhat cavalier because they're invincible. But I'm just wondering if you could give us a nugget or at least give the community a nugget, something I can use when I go back to the community. You know, we have people on their fourth, their fifth, their sixth, and so they start to question the efficacy of these shots. Like what, because we get these more frequently than we get the flu shot. You know, I consistently get my flu shot. So what do we say to some of our seniors who are like, I'm on number 45 and I don't know what else to do. So what's something that we can tell them? Say, oh, well, you know, this strain is different. Oh, this booster is different. And if you could expound, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Burns. And yeah, it's a tough one to answer, to be honest with you, because we're all anxiously sitting on the sidelines waiting for this next meeting of ACIP and the CDC to determine a number of things. Two things is top of this health director's mind, which is um, the projected cost of providing the vaccine. In other words, us having to buy the vaccine. The days of the COVID vaccine being free are slowly coming to an end. So that's top of mind. And of course, to see whether or not they're going to normalize us getting the shots in an annual manner. It is almost expected that that will happen, but we're just wanting to see whether or not the CDC or ACIP is going to recommend every 3 months, every 6 months, annually. You know, it all depends on what they think is in the best interest of the country. With that being said, you know, Durham is ready. You know, my staff is prepared. I have the great privilege of being an officer now for the Association of Local Health Directors. We talk directly with the state and with the feds quite often now. So, of course, that gives me an opportunity to really be able to react here in Durham faster. But when and if that's going to happen is still to be determined. But nevertheless, we continue to really encourage the young and the restless, if you will. We continue to work closely with, you know, Eagle Pride Amplified. You know, we don't say too much because we're silent professionals, but we work very closely with that football team to make sure that they can stay on the field. And that came in the form of weekly meetings with the administration, the healthcare administration of NCCU. And, you know, of course, constant contact with Duke and Durham Tech and everything. So, and then, of course, Durham Public Schools, we're keeping a close eye on them just to make sure that they are encouraged to get their boosters and everything. But I'm so grateful that in a relatively near future, we'll have a mobile medical unit that will allow us to be a little bit more agile and take a lot of the vaccine to communities that maybe are not able to get into downtown Durham and everything. So excited.
Get it while you can. You're right, because it's not over. So thank you for that.
Madam Vice Chair.
Following up on that, get it while you can. How long? Because you know we know that the public health emergency is probably going to be ended by Congress soon, and a lot of things are going to be going away, unfortunately. But that's another conversation. But how do you have any projections of, you know, how much longer we may have free vaccines available, or what is our capacity? Because we can start putting that out to the community, you know, hey, get it while it's free.
As much as
it's going to be going off the
as much as I would
soon.
as much as I would love to use that, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, as an incentive to kind of get people to kind of make a mad dash for the health department, we just don't know just yet. We are continuing to work with the Department of Public Health's leadership to determine when that's going to be. If I were a betting man, I'd probably say within the next 6 months, but that's just my guess. But we don't know for sure, but it's coming. It is coming. We've been having discussions, internal discussions, we being health department leadership across the state, have been having internal discussions about this since about November. And I think it's just a matter.
my other question is, I know you said that now we have over 100,000 Durham residents have had, or there've been cases. Those are not actual residents; those are just cases. So it could be one person duplicate, right?
Mhm.
But we also know that I don't know if you have any idea what percentage of positive cases that you never know about because all of us are testing at home.
That is true.
Do we have any? So how do you deal with that projecting? Because I see the average day, the average
In-
count, the
Indeed. And the
percentage of positive cases, and it's like, well,
the
not like the
unfortunate
old days.
the unfortunate thing, Madam Vice Chair, that's a very good question. And of course, we have no way of knowing because our official data is considered to be those PCR positives that are reported electronically. That is what we use as our gold standard. So yeah, to be honest, there probably is a lot of COVID still out there, which all goes along with me saying universal precautions. Be careful. You never know. Wear your mask if you're indoors. If you're not feeling well, stay home, get tested, follow up with your medical provider. Be safe.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. As always, you give a wonderful update. We appreciate it always. You and your staff do a great job. So we thank you. And let's keep getting our vaccines and wear our masks.
I'll be looking for you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank y'all for your support.
Thank you. So I'm going to do a little flip here. And I'll apologize up front. I'm going to move to 230060, Commissioners, and approval of the interlocal agreement between Durham County and the City of Durham to support the Partnership for Equitable and Resilient Communities grant match and to approve budget amendment 23 BCC 0057 appropriating $2 million in general fund, and I guess I'll stop squinting if I put glasses on. Fund balance for expenses. So the board is requested to approve this budget amendment fund balance to support the interlocal agreement between Durham County and the City of Durham. And our manager, Dr. PaulOwell, is here to discuss this item and see if the commissioners have any questions.
Thank you so much, Chair Howerton. And as I introduce the item, I will ask L.A. Jones and Steve Chalmers, if they don't mind joining us here up front. And this item is coming before the board as a follow-up to the November Board of Commissioners work session, where the Hayti Reborn Justice Movement presented a proposal for a crime reduction initiative that creates a framework of coordinated resources to create a pathway to prosperity. Pathway looks to develop an employment pipeline for those who have historically encountered barriers to employment due to a myriad of challenges, which include former involvement in justice or gang activity. Attached to the agenda item, you will see that there is a proposed ILA between the city and the county. And as a part of that ILA, the city would appropriately allocate funds and would also ensure that quarterly reports would be submitted to the county, which would report on key performance indicators. The reason that ILA is attached, because if you approve this $2 million request for funding, then the City of Durham will intend to use the funding as a local match for PERC. City of Durham was selected to receive. PERC stands for the Partnership for Equitable and Resilient Communities. It's a results-driven partnership between community, philanthropy, and government, and advances racial equity and justice by shifting power and resources to Black, Indigenous, and Latinx people living in low-wealth, underserved, under-resourced communities. So I will just ask LA or Steve, if they would just provide a quick update as to kind of what you all have done in preparation. So in the event you got this funding, how we would implement and launch the initiative.
Really quickly, Madam Manager, I don't think I have the ILA attachment in my legislate.
Not on your, okay. We'll make sure we get a copy of it. It's, pull up the last. Yeah, it's actually on there, but if not, we'll get you a written copy. We'll get you a written copy. Actually, we have it. So while they are providing that up, we'll get you written.
Again, good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Manager, and Commissioners. Steve Chalmers, L.A. Jones here, co-executive directors of Haiti Reborn Justice Movement. And again, it is great to be in your presence again and to again talk about some major initiatives and opportunities that are facing Durham here currently. And as you know, for the last 15 months, L.A. Jones and myself have been working to develop a collaborative that would support the needs of our marginalized community here in the city of Durham. We created an initiative that would bring existing resources together in Durham in at least 9 different areas to include housing, health, and wellness. And we talked earlier about mentoring, education, job opportunities, to include criminal justice, and also recreation. The reason for this is that through the meetings that we've had with individuals from the marginalized community, in particular those who are justice involved, based on some of the difficulties and obstacles they face, we felt that in order to overcome these, that we not only needed to provide services, but also to create a system that was seamless, the ones that was trusted, that they would could actually participate in, that would ensure not only that they receive resources and services, but they are successful in actually living the dream life that they wish to live. We now have over 150 different partners that we brought together in these different program areas, to include others who just are merely supporters in the community for what we are doing. These supporters also include the individuals who would be those that are receiving the resources. As is indicated with the item this evening, Durham has been recognized as one of 4 initial cities to receive funding through the PERC initiative, and as you indicated, as partnerships for equitable and resilient communities. And as part of a team on December the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, this team traveled to Selma, Alabama, along with the mayor and the mayors and teams from these other 3 cities, which include Cleveland, Ohio, St. Paul, Minnesota, and Selma, Alabama, just to meet and to understand exactly what this meant. We are in line to, again, as indicated earlier, receive up to $2.5 million through PERC, based on our ability to actually raise a $2.5 million match for those funds. Kevin Price, who is here with us this afternoon, raise your hand, Kevin, with the National Institute, is the community-based organization that also would be working as a part of PERC. And basically what PERC is doing is actually establishing partnerships between government, community, and the community-based organizations in the community. So this is a powerful community, and it hinges on community empowerment. Now, because it is felt that these individuals that we will be serving from the Black, brown, and indigenous communities have, through systemic issues, have been actually eliminated from actually having an active voice in bringing about decisions that impact their lives. So this partnership is basically geared not only to serve those individuals, but also to empower those individuals so they are actively involved. The model that we've established through the Haiti Reborn Justice Movement will be the model and will be the movement, an organization that would actually facilitate this change in Durham County. So, we are real pleased for the role that we are playing. Kevin is here if you need to ask any questions or anything further as it relates to PERC or the role that they will be playing. But again, this is a extreme valuable opportunity because one of the things that PERC actually focuses on is housing. But more importantly, what they realize is that not just by providing housing opportunities will allow a person to be successful, that you're going to need also wraparound service and other resources. And this is basically what we are geared and designed to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chalmers. And before you go, Clay, all of us have heard this conversation and gone over the material more than once. And I'd like to give you a couple of minutes, and I don't want to rush you, but I want the board to be able to ask any questions that they may have. And we only have about 15 minutes to get that done so that I can move on to the next group that's been waiting. That kind of moved you up. So if you have anything new that you want to add, I just think this is an extraordinary project, and for PERC to a national organization to lend their support along with the city, I'm just real thrilled that you brought this to us. So I want you to have something, say what you need to say, and then we'll go to the board to see the questions that they have before we move on. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve has spoken, so therefore I've spoken. I am just very interested in addressing any questions by the commissioners or staff.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, start over you. Commissioner Lum.
Thank you so much for presentation. Thank you to PERC for supporting this program. I had a question more for staff than y'all. My question was around just the ILA, like how it's laid out. Wondering, one, which department under the city will be overseeing? First.
Right now, it's the city manager's office.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then secondly, just wondering because the county is going to be providing a majority of the funding, correct?
Not the majority, so the majority
Or majority
of the
between the
match.
city and the county.
Right,
Okay.
right. A majority of the match, though, will come from the county.
So then, if the county is providing the majority, why is it not being housed under the county?
Well, so if you will recall, when these conversations began, we really did not know about PERC. So it was really just going to be a standalone initiative that the county supported. Once the city was made aware that they could receive this PERC grant, but that a local match would be needed, they asked if we were still going to bring this before the board, for the board to consider funding. We said yes. So that is when they said, well, if the county approves the $2 million, we would like to use it as a match for the PERC grant. So originally, it was designed to be a standalone initiative that the county supported. But because the county was already, moving along this vein, it would also help to acquire another $2.5 million if this board approves the $2 million.
So, but my question is more so around thank you for that. But since it's going to be under the city manager's office, why wouldn't it be under the county manager's office?
So, okay, because the PERC grant it's
a city grant
housed by the city.
Okay.
Right?
So the county can't apply for the PERC grant.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us tonight. We've really, I don't know, I guess we saw you in person once before. Or was that the Zoom the last time? It's hard to remember.
Yes,
But
a
anyway, it's
couple of
nice to
times.
see you, and thanks for hanging out with us for so long. And thanks for all the work that you've put into this so far, with the 3 individuals that worked with and have obtained employment, to the way in which you've coordinated systems of support, all the sort of key areas of well-being that you mentioned, which is exactly what it seems like we need to do, and probably one of the hardest things to do. Um, but it seems like you have really ambitious and great plan, and one that's well informed by the community and the members that you're trying to serve. So I think that's important. And question that I have, I guess, is this is going to be a lot of funding. 2 million from the county, 2.5 from PERC. Is that correct? So there's 4.5 million, some amount from David Price's office as well. Congratulations
Thank you
on
very
getting the
much.
funding. How fast do you have to spend it? Are you ready to gear up at that speed? Maybe it's not as fast as I'm thinking, but anyway. When does it have to be I know that, the ARPA funds that we receive come with all these restrictions, including you must spend it by certain dates, et cetera. So,
Well, right now, we don't know exactly how quickly all of it has to be spent. That is something that we are, for the funding that we're asking for right now, the 2.5, that is for this year. We are looking to open at scale, and we are more than ready.
okay.
We've been ready for quite a while, so we've just continued to use seed monies to create policies and procedures and all of that, so that once we receive funding, the full funding, then we're ready to hire.
Great. And do you have a location? I know you're not a program, you're a movement, but will your movement be housed in a centralized location, or?
It will. It will be housed on Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway, in the building in the back of the Boys and Girls Club.
Great.
So we will be in a shared space with them.
Okay. My only sort of qualm about this is that it feels like we should be splitting the 2 million or the $2.5 million match more equally with the city. So 2.5 divided, what would that be? 1.25 each instead of 2 million for us and 500,000 for the city. I don't understand that math. So somebody can explain why that's equal division, or fair division. I'm having trouble with that.
I will just say again, I want to remind you all, this was a conversation we had before the city even came into play. This was something that the Hayti Reborn Justice Movement came before this board and asked for funding consideration. And so the work session that happened in November, none of, at least the staff, we were not aware that the city had even gone to try to get the PERC grant. So this was something that had been brought before this board to consider a $2 million request, and they went to the city separately for a separate request. The city just happened to get the PERC funding, but we are continuing along with the $2 million request that had come before the board. It is certainly the board, at the board's discretion, to reduce the amount, but we did not discuss with the city a shared funding proposal. They were going to the city separately, then they were coming separate.
This is one of those innovative things that Durham is always looking for, innovation. And with as many of our young people and older people too that are in trouble out in our community, and one of the things that I am so proud of is the collaboration Because we, as a board, we talk about, and in this community, we talk about collaboration all the time. And these two individuals have done something without pay. They've been doing it for free and have brought all of these people together around the table that have a commitment to change the trajectory of what's happening in our community right now. So I understand that it's a lot of money, but it's all relative when you think about what's happening in our community with people that don't feel like they're included in the process in this community. They are left out, and that we just don't care. So I think this is an opportunity for us to lift it up. And I know, I hear what you're saying about the money, and I guess the city's way of getting their part in it right now is the PERC, going through the PERC grant. I know that's something that the mayor's been working on. And and from what I've heard from her, this is not going to be the only money that will come from that side. They just got to work it out.
How about ongoing funding? Are we thinking of this as a one-time commitment, or is this something that might be ongoing in your mind?
We are hoping that we could get city and county support for up to 4 years, at which time the justice movement plans to become sustainable.
Gotcha. Okay. I I have one more thing, but I'm forgetting what it is. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Over here.
Go ahead.
How y'all doing?
How are you, Commissioner?
I'm gonna be nice to you, Chief Thomas. I was contemplating not being nice. I'm gonna be nice. One, congratulations on the PERT grant. I want to congratulate the city on that funding. A lot of times when you get these unprecedented amounts of funding, I think cities, counties, states, they think of 50 million things to use the money for. I think sometimes using a big chunk of money on one thing is not a bad thing. While that's not always something that all of my board members appreciate. And that's not about this conversation, it's about other ones. You know, when I think about housing, I could have thrown a whole bunch of money at it. And if the community would have been upset that we didn't give it to 1,000 nonprofits, I would have slept good at night knowing that 40 years from now, I put people in home, right? So I'm okay with, and I kind of like the idea that they said we're going to take every bit of this grant that we got and put it on something else. And I do hear my board members, I am hopeful that in the years to come that they do reach into their fund balances. And I did remember that you all wanted to do 4 years. I would also elevate to the community. I do see both of you will all as CEOs. History making CEOs. LA, if I'm not mistaken, you were one of the first African American women to be a supervisor in federal prisons, if I'm thank you. So we have two individuals who know what it's like to run a program and who know what it's like to see children fail on the other side. Y'all had to see it every day. Right now, we talk about the funding that you got from Congress, but I also want to highlight the money that you all were able to get from, I think, is it 1 to 10, 10 to 1? So that means that the CEO of Merck and the CEO of American Express looked down into North Carolina and said, who are we going to give money to? And now we have this multi-state investment. So I just want to elevate to everybody in the community. The business community sees the benefit in these two individuals. Congress sees the benefit in these two individuals. Multinational nonprofits see the benefit in these two individuals. I stand here happily awaiting to vote in the affirmative because I see the value in these two individuals. I do want to go back to the interlocal agreement and go to Article 4, where the city agrees to submit quarterly reports to the county that include activities, key performance indicators, and outcomes being reported on the Hayti Reborn Initiative Justice Movement to the city manager or their designee. Y'all, I'm not worried about you all giving us those quarterly reports. I know that this is going to be a heavy lift. I need them to be stellar. I need those quarterly reports if there's a shortcoming, we need to know about it. This is a huge investment. If you go to Raleigh right now and look at the Center for Nonprofits, right here in Durham, there are 2,000 nonprofits that swear up and down that their mission is to work with underprivileged children. If that were the case, we would not have children dying in the streets every day. So I'm tired of giving money to the wrong people. I personally feel like tonight I'm giving it to the right people. If we are to sustain this for 4 years, I want these quarterly reports to look stellar, and I want you all to invite us out and let us see the work. Is that something you all are open to do so that we can be partners in this piece that we're trying to bring?
Absolutely, ma'am, without a doubt. And I do want to, just as a reminder, that you're right. There are 2,000 nonprofits out there saying that they're the best, and that's the reason why we didn't create another one. It's the reason why we developed a movement to support those nonprofits and to enable them to work together instead of fighting against each other.
Yeah.
See you in 3 months.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Jacobs, you got 4 minutes.
I just had a few.
Can you do that?
I just have some.
4 minutes, yeah.
I
do
just
that?
I just have some follow-up questions. Just logistically, I just quickly skimmed the interlocal. So goes till June 30th, 2023, which is only 5 months away, basically, is what it says here. Is it meant to be that?
Yes, so the interlocal agreement, again, there are still a lot of unknowns with the PERC funding.
Okay.
And so once we get finalized information, then we can go and create a longer term agreement. But we needed to create an
Okay.
agreement for what we know now.
Okay, got it. I appreciate that. And then, getting back to just that there's a lot of money coming in at one time, and just the logistics of getting going and hiring people. And I think we could have some of our staff talk about what the realities are like for actually hiring people and getting people onboarded. So I guess I'm trying to understand the timeline. That's not June 30th. But how long do you have to draw down the funds? Because I guess the county manager informed me that we are giving the $2 million to the city, but there has to be, it's going to be drawn down over time based on what is submitted to the city staff, is how it will work. I just want.
And I will ask Kevin so that was a conversation that I had with Kevin Price about the drawdown schedule.
Kevin, would you come up and answer that question for us?
And just wondering, is it possible for the money to carry over to the following year? Because understanding that I know you all are superhuman, but in the event that you may be a little human, is there the opportunity with the PERC, for us to be able to then continue it on to the next year, that type of thing? Claudia, okay. Now
It is traditional that if we don't expend the dollars, there's a reconciliation process at the end of the year and those adjustments happen. And so from an accounting perspective, with those reports happening, we would know what's expended. However, the transfer of the dollars would be forward funding. And so that's the nuance in order for them to get the dollars. And so I just wanted to clarify that part because that's consistent with how our interlocal agreements are.
Okay, I think she just got you off the hook. Is that what you just
Well,
did?
I had asked with the PERC grant, is there the opportunity for it to last longer, or what period of time?
Pull that
Closer.
Pull that up a little bit.
I'm Kevin Price. I'm President CEO of the National Institute of Minority Economic Development. We're on Parish Street, so we've been in this community a long time. The PERK program is officially designed for 3 years. So after that 3 years, depending on our outcomes, which I expect to be stellar, we'll continue that program. So my goal is to make it sustainable.
Okay, that's okay, great. So the initial 2.5 could be stretched beyond that time period.
Correct.
Great. Okay. Glad to hear that.
Or they may give us more. I'm hoping now.
Or y'all
Yeah.
could go get more from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I just want to say, I don't think Commissioner Carter was questioning. I think she was more questioning just, the local funding part being taken on by the county and wanting to see the city be an equal partner in that. I understand what she was trying to say.
And I will say the reason that we are requesting that the board approves the local match is because absent a local match, they get nothing. And so if this board is already, going to approve the $2 million, I think it would behoove us, to leverage that funding so that they could gain additional funding.
And okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. So if there are there any other questions, or we need to take action, or what's the pleasure of the board? Because
I'll make the motion.
We need to move to the next item, commissioners. So do we have a motion, or are there still questions? What do we have?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the Durham Board of County Commissioners approve an interlocal agreement with the City of Durham to support the Partnership for Equitable Resilient Communities grant match to approve the budget amendment to 3 BCC 0057, appropriating $2 million in general fund balance for the expense.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's moved and properly second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. It passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have another item, commissioners. This is 22-0027, presentation of the fiscal year FY 2022 annual financial audit and annual comprehensive financial report, and the FY 2022 annual single audit and compliance report. Gary,
Good evening, Commissioners.
we over here.
County Manager. Well, yeah, well, we thought we'd stay in for a while. That's okay.
Thank you.
And County Attorney. We're here for the annual fiscal year end financial audit and single audit, which is FY 22 presentation. I don't know if you're aware or not, but a couple of years ago, that became a requirement. But Durham County's always voluntarily done the presentation before it was even a requirement. And here with us tonight is the partner at Cherry Beckert, who is the managing partner for Durham County's audit, and has been for years. I don't even know how long he's been with Cherry Beckert. But so I'll turn it over to you, Scott.
Good evening, Commissioners. Scott Duda. I've been with Cherry Beckert 25 plus years. That's as far as I go, 25 plus. I appreciate you all giving me some time tonight. I appreciate you giving me twice as much time as the 110 national champions you had in here earlier. I promise you I won't take that. But I do want to cover a couple of things. Oh, there we go. Okay. So here you see your team. Again, Susan mentioned I've been the engagement partner for a number of years. I was the manager on that previously. We've got a second partner who was also a manager on the county engagement over the years, and a number of folks there associated with the engagement. What we want to accomplish today is talk about the results of the audit, results of the single audit, discussion of internal controls, corrected and uncorrected misstatements, required communications, other matters, and then reporting changes that y'all can look forward to in the coming years. So in terms of the results of the audit, for the June 30, 2022 fiscal year end, we issued our report on November 29. You all should have received a copy of the financial statements, the compliance reports, which also includes the single audit report. We issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. You've heard me in prior presentations refer to that as a clean opinion. That's the highest level of assurance that we can provide that your statements are materially correct. We have a number of opinions. So we've got the financial opinion. We've also got single audit opinions. And that would be, those opinions would be in your compliance report. There's an opinion on internal controls, an opinion on your compliance with federal grants, and then your compliance with state grants. And so within those opinions, you see we had 3 findings. The first related to Medicaid. That was a repeat finding from both 21 and 2020. We had a finding related to SNAP. We had a finding related to foster care. Within your compliance report are the details of those, so you can see the number of cases we selected for testing, the number of cases that had a finding associated with them, the results, any dollars associated with those, etc. Also on this slide, you see a listing of your federal major programs and your state major programs. Those rotate year to year. It depends upon the total dollars expended by the county, and then also the mix. And then lastly, we look at when those programs were last audited as a major program. And you put all of that through that criteria, and each year this changes. Here we have 10 programs listed as major. That's a little high. Y'all usually average around 7. Medicaid, obviously, based on its size, is something we're going to look at every year. Here you see our opinion on internal control. And down below, that third paragraph is the important one. It talks about the design and implementation to prevent and correct, and that is a management function. Here's our definition of, you hear me talk often about material weaknesses, significant deficiencies. Here's the definition. You've heard me talk about materiality before. Anything that would be under that materiality threshold but would still be a finding would constitute a significant deficiency. You had no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies noted as a part of your financial audit. We had no corrected misstatements. We had no uncorrected misstatements. Uncorrected misstatements would be something where we found that as an error, but it wasn't material enough that we had to have that adjustment booked before we issued those statements. And so it would be something that we would note, communicate here, but not necessarily adjust in the statements themselves. Again, none of those identified either corrected or uncorrected misstatements. In terms of the qualitative aspects of the accounting practices, now we're going to talk about policies and procedures, those types of things. You all adopted GASB 87, which impacted your leases. This, if you remember from last year's discussion, essentially took the debt associated with leases and booked that as a liability, and then booked the right of use asset associated with that liability as an asset on your books. It essentially grossed up your balance sheet. And so that was implemented in the current year. We noted no inappropriate accounting policies or practices. In terms of related parties, we noted no transactions with related parties that didn't have a business purpose. In terms of significant or unusual transactions, we noted none. Here's a list of your significant estimates. We've talked about these in the past as well, but there are a number. When you think about your financial statements, you see that balance sheet, you think everything behind that is a concrete number, but there really are some estimates that go into that. Here you see those listed, the allowance for doubtful accounts, depreciation, your useful lives of your various assets, post-employment benefits, self-insurance claims, all those things. There's some factor of management estimation that goes into those. Then in terms of your financial statement disclosures, they were neutral, consistent, and clear, very consistent with what you would see in other entities. In terms of non-attest services, we do prepare the data collection form for you all. That's just a matter of convenience. It does not impair our independence. We noted no other instances of relationships that would create a threat to our independence. Noted no difficulties associated with dealing with management, no disagreements about financial reporting, any auditing matter. None of those took place. We noted no matters that were difficult or contentious for us as the audit firm. And then we did obtain a management representation letter from you all, again, dated November 29. We're not aware that you consulted with any other firms in terms of getting a second opinion about how we were suggesting something should be treated. There were no other sort of issues of discussion that we should raise to your attention. We are not aware of any fraud, illegal acts, or violations of laws. And then no events or conditions that would indicate that you all could not continue as a going concern. As far as your supplementary information, we did look at that. We looked at it in relation to all of the audited statements, compared that and reconciled that to the underlying accounting records and then the financial statements themselves. And then we also review the management discussion and analysis, all your required supplementary information, and make sure that it's materially consistent with what we're seeing in the financial statements as well. Here you see some upcoming financial reporting changes. You've got a couple for fiscal 23. You just completed the lease implementation. The one that I would say is probably the next largest on the radar would be that compensated absences, but we've gotten until fiscal 25 to look at that, so we've still got some time there. And then here you have my contact information. Before I take any questions, I would like to say thank you to the finance staff. This is our third audit engagement that we did during the pandemic. We transitioned to a virtual world for some portion of time. You all have people working remotely for portions of time. We do as well. The Great Resignation did not miss the county. It did not miss the firm. And so we've had different people in different seats playing those roles over the last 3 years. And each year has had its own set of challenges. This year was not any different. There was a significant amount of heavy lifting on both sides those last couple of months to get that done and to get it issued before November or before that December 1st deadline. Y'all did receive the GFOA Certificate of Achievement last year, and I know y'all are submitting it again this year. And so that's the highest level of reporting that you can get as a governmental entity in the United States. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions y'all have.
Questions from Commissioner?
I know I met with most of you at the audit committee meeting, but if you do have any questions, happy to take.
I've gone over a lot of it with you, so we appreciate the work that you, Susan, all of you, the staff has done. I mean, for us to get this kind of report every year is pretty significant.
Yeah, absolutely. The number of findings were down this year. I know oftentimes y'all will ask questions about the number. I think we've had, I know Susan and I have some history. We go back, if you go back a significant number of years, y'all have had 15 plus single audit findings over years, right? You're not there. The one thing that I would highlight, and I know you all are looking at it, is the repeat finding in DSA. There's work to be done there. It's a challenge, and one of the things that creates that, and we talked about this in the past as well, is if there are repeat findings like that, then we've got to raise our sample size. And so it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we're going to look at more files, we're going to find something, and then you've got to repeat finding. And so that's something that we're still working through. That's a relatively new aspect of that sampling, and it's not unique to Durham County.
We're hearing no questions from board. So do we need to take action on this? Looking at my notes here. So we can't hear.
Deputy CFO is here as well for the president.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Opportunity to thank giving.
Susan, we
I'm
can't
sorry.
hear you. Can you?
Sorry, but I wanted to take an opportunity to say that Crystal Wright, the deputy CFO, is here tonight for the presentation, but also to take the opportunity to thank our staff because they gave no less than 100%. And thank you all for your support.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks for making us look good.
So, are any of your staff still here? You want to stand up? Yeah, you probably need to stand up. Well, thank you again. And so do we need a motion to approve or no? No? We don't need a motion, so thank you again. And we will move on to board and commissioner appointment. Are you ready, Attorney Andrew?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So regarding board and commission selections, I have the totals and will provide the tally. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, one position is vacant. It is the recommendation and selection of the board that Sharice Mangum be selected to fill that position. For the Board of Health, there are 4 vacant positions, and it is the recommendation of the board that the following 4 people in categories be selected: Dr. Roger McDougall, dentist; Victoria Orto, nurse category; Anthony Gregorio, the at-large category; and Dr. James Miller, veterinarian. For the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee, 1 vacant position. The selection was B. Angelo Birch, Sr. For the Durham County Women's Commission, 1 vacant position. The board selection was Kathleen Lockwood. For the Durham Open Space and Trails Commission, 1 vacant position. Board selected Taylor Shaw. And for the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, 1 vacant position. The board selected Peyton Garris. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Andrews, and congratulations to all of the individuals that were appointed. We appreciate your service, but continue to serve on our boards and commissions. Anything else to be brought to the board? Commissioner Plum?
Yes, I needed to request an excused absence for our next work session of February 6th. I'll be at the UNC School of Government training, so I won't be in attendance.
February's 6th?
Yeah, 6th.
Our work session?
It's a work session, and I will be attending the UNC School of Government training alongside Commissioner Burns. So both of us will need.
Is that the same one that Commissioner Alam, Commissioner Burns, are you attending that one as well? So, we can do them both at the same time, or we can do them separately. Are you needing an excuse absence as well?
Yes, I was trying to wait for my colleague to finish, but yes, I need one.
So we can do them both with the same motion. So commissioners, and we get a motion for both Commissioner Alam and Commissioner Burns to be absent.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for an excused absence for Commissioner Burns and Commissioner Alam for our February 6th work session.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved 5-0. Any other items to be brought to the board? If none, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. We are adjourned.